Okay, good. So I'd like to call to order the October 10th, 2024 regular school board meeting of the Shenandoah County School Board. And I'd like to entertain a recommendation that we meet in closed session.
Thank you. I recommend the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss and consider several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or disclosure of information contained in the scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2, and to discuss plans to protect public safety as it relates to the threats or vulnerabilities in briefings by staff members or law enforcement or emergency services officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters or related threats to public safety, discussion of information subject to the exclusion in subdivision 2 or 14 of 2.2-3705.2, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, building, structure, information technology system, or software program, or discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any government facility, building, or structure, or the safety of persons using such facility, building, or structure pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711-19.
Thank you, Dr. Shepherd. That's a recommended action. Do we have a motion to act on that?
Let me take a deep breath here.
Okay.
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss and consider several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2, and to discuss plans to protect public safety as it relates to threats or vulnerabilities in briefings by staff members or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning action taken to respond to such matters or related threat to public safety, discussion of information subject to the exclusion in subdivision 2 or 14 of 2.2-3705.2, where discussion at an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, building, structure, information technology system, or software program, or discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any government facility, building, or structure, or the safety of persons such as facility, building, or structure pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711-19.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Gutschall. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickert. So it is moved and seconded that we go to closed session to discuss those matters. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? We will reconvene in closed session and intend to reconvene in open session at 7 o'clock. 7:27 is the time. We're going to reconvene in open session. And first thing we're going to do is I'm going to read the following statement based on our closed session. So, okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to reconvene in open session?
I move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. And a second?
Second.
Thanks. Mr. Rickard, all in favor to reconvene in open session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Thank you. And now I'll read the certification for our closed session. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in a closed meeting, to which this certification resolution applies. And only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds "I so certify" when called. And Cheryl, would you ask for the roll call vote, please?
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlenio,
I so certify.
Mr. Gutschall,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
Mr. Barlow.
I so certify. This evening, we're going to have the invocation and the pledge from Mr. Gutschall.
All right, please bow your head. Almighty God, thank you for the opportunity to gather here and serve our community. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we make decisions for our schools. Help us to act in accordance with your will, with integrity, humility, and always seeking what is best for our students, staff, and community. Bless our efforts and grant us the strength to lead with courage and grace. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a motion to approve the agenda as it has been presented to us.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment that I would like to present for the agenda. I don't know if it has to be done separately or together, but I did want to make a motion to the agenda to add 2 items that I had submitted last Thursday for consideration. Do we do them together or do we do them separately?
You can have a motion to accept the agenda and then do your amendments to add on to it, your items.
Okay, so
So a motion to accept the agenda as presented, handle it just as you would, and then
I don't have to do it before, because I was looking at the Robert rules and it says that before the adoption of the proposed agenda, I should be making the.
well, there's nothing really out there to approve yet, so you're trying to add to something that's not necessarily
Well, I guess that.
officially approved.
Right, yeah, so that was the question, whether I needed to make the amendments, the motion before it was approved, and then have it approved with the amendments.
I would get a motion to accept the agenda as presented, and then you can do your amendments to add on, because you have a motion to add amendments.
Right, so yes, I do want to make sure that the motion to the amendments gets considered.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So motion to approve, add on to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so do we have a motion to approve the agenda as has been presented?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Second? From Mr. Street.
Oh, so I'm making now. Okay, so the 2 items that I wanted to add, one is a motion to amend section 3.d.4 of the code GBAB, and I do have copies of those here. I don't know if I also presented them. The board has them. And it has to do with the gender identity policy that we passed back in the spring. And the reason we're doing this is because there have been three judicial legal opinions that have come down. One in June 17th by the district court that affects our district. The second one is on August 16th, the Supreme Court affirmed also that same legal opinion. And then last week, we had a court in West Point School Board here in Virginia that actually ruled in favor of a teacher that had been fired for this same motion that is actually included in my motion, and they were made to pay over $500,000. So I think we need to, just to be compliant with the law, we need to go ahead and remove certain sessions from that policy that we passed. The second one has to do with voter registration policy, because we don't have one here officially in Shenandoah County. And it has been called to my attention in the last couple of weeks that several school boards or school districts around the Commonwealth have had issues with third parties that have come to the schools to do registration, voter registration. And the problem with this is one of them is some of the students felt coerced by the people who are coming to fill out those applications. Those applications to vote were also picked up by some of these third parties to actually deliver them to the school, to the voter registration sites. And thirdly, that was a big concern, is that a lot of this information, the private information from these students, was actually being gathered by these third-party agencies, and basically was data mining. And almost immediately after these students were filling out these applications, they were starting to get text from these different parties. So what I wanted to do, I just basically wanted to add these to the informational agenda. So we will not be discussing this today. It would just be simply to put it so that we can actually talk about this at the next meeting and hopefully pass it. Because I know we have a system right now where you have to wait several meetings before you can actually talk about this. So if we don't add this today, then we're not going to be able to talk about it at the next meeting and then vote on it the meeting after that. So that is my motion. It's just to add this to the informational agenda.
What exactly are you adding? I'd like to hear concise language. I want to add such to section, and then also such to section.
Sure. So what I have is the motion to amend the code, the first one, the motion to amend the code GBAB, JFHAB of the school board policy manual. It is going to be deleting section D. We have several numbers. It's going to be deleting sections 4 and 5 under that policy, which says, notwithstanding the provisions of paragraphs 2 and 3 of this section, Shenandoah County Public School personnel shall refer to a student by a name after other than one in the student's official record, or by pronouns other than those appropriate to the sex appearing in the student's official record, only if an eligible student or a student's parent has instructed Shenandoah County Public Schools in writing that such other name or other pronouns be used. And also, so it will be deleting that part. It would also be deleting number 5, which says any written instruction from a parent or eligible student under paragraph 4 of this section shall be memorialized in the student's official record and subject to the same retention, disclosure, and confidentiality requirements as the official record itself. The legal name and sex of a student shall not be changed even upon the written instruction of a parent or eligible student except as specified in section C2. And I have copies of this if anybody wanted to have some of those. The second one is the voter registration. And this would be saying that the voting is a basic civic responsibility. The school board supports education programs for students that reach the rights that citizens have to register and vote, and the role and importance of voting in citizen engagement. A, the superintendent or school board designee is authorized to develop such programs for students and to allow only the voter registration and elections office to conduct voter registration programs for high school and adult education students. No third-party organizations shall be allowed to conduct any voter registration efforts of students on SCPS property. B, school officials shall not collect any of the voter registrations. Students shall be allowed the opportunity to bring their voter registrations home with them before they are responsible for returning them according to the relevant procedures set forth by the voter registration laws. To protect student privacy, no data harvesting or any kind shall be permitted by any entity or individual. Also, we have a section protecting against undue influence. A, school staff involved in school voter registration programs shall not seek to influence an applicant's political preference or party designation. 2, display any political preference or party allegiance. 3, make any statements to an applicant or take any action, the purpose or effect of which is to discourage the applicant from registering to vote. Or 4, make any statement to an applicant or take any action, the purpose of or effect of which is to lead the applicant to believe that a decision to register or not to register has any bearing on how the student will be evaluated academically or whether the student may receive other services offered through the school. Finally, B, the decision to register to vote is voluntary. Students can decline registration for any reason without providing a reason for declining. And that's the second language for the voter registration.
Okay, you're adding that to the informational.
To the informational part of the agenda, yes.
So a clarifying amendment, you want to amend the informational agenda to include
Yes.
an informational item on the gender identity policy?
Yes.
All right.
And then adding the voter registration.
Cheryl, when you have digested that and you're ready to move on, we'll,
All right, so you're to amend, motion to amend the informational agenda to add an item on the gender identity policy that the board previously passed, and you want to add,
And a voter registration policy for Shenandoah County.
and add to the informational agenda an item on voter registration policy.
Hmm? Yes.
All right, I'm gonna read that back.
Yes.
I want to make sure I have it correct. Motion to amend the agenda to include an informational agenda item to, I'm sorry, motion to amend the agenda to include an informational agenda to add an item on the gender identity policy that the board previously passed, and to add the informational agenda item on voter registration policy.
Well, the first one is actually an amendment to take out a part of the gender identity policy.
Yeah, but what
So-
you want to do is you want to add an informational item to the agenda to discuss that.
To discuss it, yes. Well, to discuss it at the next meeting, yes. So it's just going to be informational agenda today,
So you want
so that we
an
can-
informational agenda today?
just for today, yeah.
Okay, so.
you got it, Cheryl?
Motion to amend the agenda to include an informational agenda item on the gender identity policy that the board previously passed, and to add to the informational agenda an item on voter registration policy.
That's correct. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Discussion.
I mean, if I can just say, I mean, this is just,
No, excuse me.
Timing.
No,
Yeah.
so whenever you, to make a, we need to discuss this, we can get into the discussion later about, we heard what you said, and we know what the amendments are. I have something to say, but I want to give other board members something to say or their chance to speak first. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, we may have had some miscommunication issues along the way, but when the chairman and myself and the superintendent, when we meet to set the agenda, we set it at a certain date, and it's the same day of the week on the same week every month. And the expectation is when we set that agenda, we're setting it for this meeting, and we put content into the meeting to be able to have a robust discussion on different business for a certain night. And Ms. Carlenio, your comments and your proposals for tonight came in at the end of last week, which is a couple weeks after we met to create this agenda. So I feel like moving forward, we may have better communication, but I don't feel like it should be added to the agenda for tonight.
Any other comments?
I'll have comments, but I'll let you go first.
All right, Mrs. Carlenio did contact me on Friday, October the 4th.
Oh, Thursday.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the response I got was on Friday, you're right. Thursday, October the 3rd, thank you. With a request to add these two items. The problem is that we have a schedule for setting the agenda, and that meeting was scheduled for the 20th of September. That time was moved, but the meeting was held, and there was no request from anybody on the board to add anything other than we had already added. So we had the agenda setting session. The agenda setting session was, as it always is, month by month, announced by the school board clerk, Cheryl Jett, and it includes every month my request to come before the board or to bring your suggestions for items to be discussed at that point. We did discuss several things, and we set the agenda on the 25th of September, and these two items were not requested at that point, and the request came in quite a bit after that on October the 3rd. The request to make input to this meeting, as I said, comes out every month and has since we first set the system up back in March. Mrs. Jett has sent out these every month. Actually, she sent out two that showed the meetings for the entire year ahead. So there's really no reason why something should be added at the 11th hour. The reason why we try to have these things set ahead of time is to allow transparency for teachers, parents, students to be able to have time to see these things before they're actually on, before they're discussed, and not to bring them to the board's attention at a time like this. The items that are requested to be put on the instructional agenda. The instructional agenda gives us a chance to hear from various sources, generally from the superintendent's office, the basis for the policy that we have or the issue that's going to be discussed. It's so the board can meet and get its information in kind of a neutral way from the school system and find out what the status is of that particular issue. It is not designed, the informational agenda, to make arguments for or against, but to gather information about that issue so that at the next meeting there can be a discussion that results in an action, in a vote. And so it is a two-part process. Okay. What Mrs. Carlenio is trying to do is trying to eliminate that first informational piece, and instead, we're getting her view of what that is. That's well and good. I would love to hear that when we discuss and vote on this issue. But I, as the chairman, looked at these three items and said, it's missed the deadline. It's not enough time to get this on there. We have a very full agenda for what's going on tonight anyway. But I also said I will take those 2 items and put them in the queue so that we can discuss those at our next work session and had them to get on the informational agenda and then finally for decision. I was concerned that one of these items that had to do with allowing third parties to come in and register in our schools was timely because of the imminence of the election. So I thought, okay, maybe we should put that in, even though it truncates things. I don't like to do that because I want the entire time, the entire sequence to go as it's supposed to go, from planning, information, and then discussion. So I called the superintendent and said, are we at risk? Is there a problem having third-party people come in and register our students in classes? And she said, no. There is an operational, I'll call it a regulation, that is under, in place, whereby, well, I'm just telling you what the superintendent told me. You can shake your head all you want. So if indeed we have an operational moment whereby we do not allow third-party individuals or organizations to come in and to register our students to vote, then I deem that that was not timely and not necessary that we had to interrupt or to skew our schedule. So I wish Ms. Carlinigo had met the suspense date of coming and putting forth stuff into our agenda setting session. She did not. I had not only do we send this out monthly, but the superintendent every week in the executive note sends out when these meetings are going to be held. And anybody that comes to these meetings know that I ask each member virtually every meeting that if you have anything to add to the agenda, please let me know. Call me, write me, let me know. We'll put it on the agenda. It doesn't mean that it leaves ahead of the others. It doesn't mean that we skip the informational step. What it means is it gets its proper place in the queue when we drive on. If that process takes a little extra time, as perhaps it has for the cell phone policy, maybe that's a good thing that we actually gather more information, we understand more about it. I think we just heard a few minutes ago, the reason why we shouldn't act on this tonight is because it sounds like a very complicated set of things that needs to be discussed and needs to be before us for input from parents, teachers, stakeholders, school board members. So I highly object to these 2 items being introduced into the agenda at this late hour.
So, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
I'd like to speak on one thing too, because the third item you kept referring to was when I reached out to you on October 3rd, and I need to know what we do in this situation. There's a hot topic throughout our county right now on this 10% attendance policy. It's being called a policy. We didn't write it. There's several here tonight, I believe, to speak on it. That's what I reached out to you on because it is a hot topic. What do we do when the county is talking about it? Kids are missing events. Do we just put it off to the next meeting? The board norms are you're supposed to contact the school board members on a regular basis. The way it's actually worded is the chair will continuously poll members regarding agenda or report items. If an individual or citizen addresses the board during a meeting with a request for information, the superintendent may refer the matter to the appropriate staff member. As necessary, the information that is provided to the individual will be provided to the school board in a briefing. The chair will contact members of the school board prior to the meeting to determine if there are any requests to include an item or report on the agenda. To me, I mean, I'd venture to say this is gonna be a hot topic tonight. So that's why I was trying to get it added.
That's fine. All you had to do was to let me know before we had the agenda set. We have an agenda setting session.
But if it's
And-
not a topic at that point,
Right,
I
so,
think it's my turn to speak
so,
now.
excuse me.
Wait, so you get to
Let-
answer everybody? This is fantastic. Go ahead.
I've just been asked a question by Mr. Ricker. First of all, let me go back. Your third point, when any individual citizen addresses the board, that hasn't happened. So it came because of request from you. I understood that it was a valid discussion point, and I indicated in my email back to you that I would put it in for our work session and we would discuss it.
you didn't get any of the emails about the 10% attendance.
I didn't. But I did ask the superintendent about that, and she said there was a policy and there was some discussion about it. I'm open, let's talk about it. But it doesn't go on the instructional agenda one time and then we vote on it that night. One of the things that we were concerned about was how fast people did these actions when the name change thing occurred. Over 9 days, some people up here were very, very concerned that it was just made to change the name of our school. This is the 2020 board on a Friday. And then by next Thursday, it had already been accomplished. We're trying to increase the amount of visibility and discussion time. And I'm sorry, it's democracy. We give people a chance to weigh in. If there are people want to talk about tonight, great. I'm ready here to take notes and find out what the issues are. Okay? But I also want the senior staff to be able to give me, on the school board, a background as to where we are on that issue, rather than having somebody else's opinion. I also want the other stakeholders to be able to deal with it so that there is a gestation period between the information we get and then when we vote on it. That's why it's been said. Now, if we hadn't decided on this process back in March, and that we didn't decide it was already in place. I didn't make this up. This is stuff that we had already done. But we did codify it by making sure that the school board clerk sends out these reminders. And they're pretty, they're pretty straightforward as to what they require. The headline just says, requirements, meeting, agenda setting section. It's really clear. Either you follow rules or you don't. You want to get your issues before the board, you bring it to the agenda setting session, or you mention it up here at school board comments, and it goes in. Not one discussion point or agenda item has been left off by this chairman this year, not one. And most of the agenda items have come from Mr. Carlinio and Mr. Ricker, even before they took office. I was stepping up and getting their stuff on the agenda. This has nothing to do with personality, it has to do with following procedures or don't follow procedures. Now, we don't need to be following procedures just because they are procedures. We get to follow them, or we should be following them, because they're proven to give us a good, objective way of attacking these problems and making sure everybody's heard and making sure we cast an enlightened vote. If we want to change that so that we just bring in any item on any given night and get the information from somebody's point of view and vote on it that night, we're in a heap of trouble. We're in a heap of trouble with our constituents, maybe with the law.
Can I talk to you, please? Yeah, because I agree, I absolutely agree that we need to follow the law, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. There's a lot of misinformation going on here right now. First of all, Mr. Barlow, we're not acting on this today. We're simply putting it on the informational agenda, which is what we have done with every other policy. So we're not acting on it. We're not even debating it right now. It was a matter of putting it in there so it's in the queue so we can discuss it at the next meeting and then we can pass it after that. Secondly, no, the voter registration, we do not have that in policy right now. I did speak to Dr. Shepard before about this, and that is her policy, that she does not allow third parties to go in there. But that's not the policy that this school board has set. And I think it's very important that we as a school board act on it, particularly since we are in such a contentious election time, to make sure that other parties know that they cannot do that in Shenandoah County. But more importantly, let me just address some of the issues that Mr. Barlow brought in, because this was an issue that I was concerned about back in December when we were having the election for chairman and vice chair, because my main question was I didn't want to have somebody controlling the agenda and not allowing other members to bring in issues that they wanted to bring in. So at the time, Mr. Barlow said that he cannot keep things out of the agenda. That basically, if we brought it in before Friday at noon, before the hearing date, which would have been last Friday, that it would be allowed into the agenda. And the reason was so that it could actually be out for the public to read it. That's why that deadline was in. I was not the only one who heard this. Mr. Rickard, I believe, also was told the same thing. So that's why when I have every single policy, like Mr. Barlow just said, I'm the one I brought in out of that policy, it has always been turned in right before that Friday, before the hearing on Thursday. Now, why did Mr. Barlow say that he couldn't keep things out? Well, let's talk about rules here. That's the Code of Virginia. The Code of Virginia says, in the Agenda Preparation and Dissemination School Board Policy Manual, Section B, School Board Governance and Operations, and I'm going to quote here, the preparation of the proposed agenda shall be the responsibility of the school board chair with the assistance of the superintendent. Any member of the board, of the school board, may submit items for the inclusion of the proposed agenda. Again, any member of the school board may submit items for the inclusion of the proposed agenda. A copy of the proposed agenda and all agenda packets and materials is made available for inspection by the public at the same time. Such documents are furnished to the school board members unless the materials are exempt under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. What this is saying is that we don't have some deadline that somebody comes up that you have to do it a month before or 2 weeks before or some agenda setting meeting. It says that any member can bring it up so long as you do it before this proposed agenda is going to be available to the public, which would have been last Thursday when I proposed it, or even Friday morning if I had done it on Friday morning. That is what the code says. If we're going to be following laws and following the rules, then we should probably be following the Code of Virginia. In addition to that, what Mr. Rickard was talking about with the board norms, it's that we adopted on April 11th, 2024, says the chair will contact members of the school board prior to the meeting to determine if there are any requests to include an item report on the agenda. I have not gotten any calls or emails, because I actually requested that I wanted to be informed by email, from Mr. Barlow in I don't know how many months. So for him to say that the clerk can do that, no, the clerk can actually notify us and remind us that there are going to be these meetings, but she's not the chair. It has to be you who calls us and let us know right before you set the agenda. You go on Thursday or whatever and say, hey, do you want to add anything? But I'm going to venture and say that the reason why the Code of Virginia is so vague in terms of the timing is that it wants to allow for school members like we, like Mr. Rickard and myself, to add things that come up as an emergency. We cannot simply say if the emergency comes up or if something really timely like this comes up, that we're going to have to wait 3 months to be able to put in an informational agenda, then we're going to be able to debate it, and then we're going to be able to vote on it. No, the Code of Virginia allows for us to be able to do that so long as we do it before that agenda is put to the public. And that's what I did. On Thursday, I went ahead and I submitted all this to the school board, and to every single member of the school board, along with information supporting that, meaning we're not going to be acting on it, but I still went ahead and gave that information so we would know more background on what this is right here. So I don't understand why we're saying that we're acting on it today. That's not the subject of this. It's basically a tool that we should have to be able to put things as they come up. And in addition to that, like I said, the Robert Rules of Procedure actually allow for that. If you go and look at section 41.62 and 41.63, they actually have a mechanism for us to be able to do this. Now, I have no problem if the chair and the vice chair want to have meetings, and if tomorrow they want to get together and plan out and have a draft for the rest of the year in terms of what policy they're going to do, that's fine. You can do that. but you still have to allow the school board members to bring in items that have been brought up by the constituents or that are timely, just like these ones are. We cannot tie ourselves in such bureaucratic tape that we cannot even put this in an agenda so we can talk about it at the next meeting. So that's, to me, it's not acceptable. All along I've been told that I could do that up until that Friday before the hearing date. So that would have been last Friday. I turned this in on Thursday. So if we're going to be following the rules and following the law, then we should be allowing this, because that's what the law says in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that's also what our board norms from April say.
Any other comments? I have something else to say, but anybody else?
I guess, I just want to ask, what is the norm that you all set the agenda that you just said? You set it by the 25th of the month, or?
The agenda is set between 2 and 3 weeks before the meeting.
Yeah.
And every month, the school board clerk, at my direction, sends out a message when that's going to be, and as a bold headline says, if you want to get anything on the agenda, contact Chairman Barr. Now, in that, I don't know why anybody doesn't understand the idea of delegation, but as the chairman, when I go to school board clerks and say, I'd like this sent out, and they send it out month by month, that is me using the agents and using the office. I really don't need to be there in person, or I don't need to send it out. The clerks do a wonderful job making sure that this schedule is sent out, and they have, ever since March, when the system was set up, and everybody here bought into it. Okay, the second thing is, there is a time, and I'm not sure, it's about 3 o'clock on Fridays, I think, when the superintendent goes public with what we have. That's the time at which everything is locked and it goes out. That's not the 11th hour. That's the time. And up until then, there are no changes or additions allowed once that occurs. We have to make sure that everybody knows they're dealing with the same issue when they come in, and that the agenda doesn't change. That's precisely why it's there. And this isn't mystery. Again, anybody who's been involved in this school board back for years and years knows that this system has been there to allow. It doesn't take 3 months, but it does take a three-part thing where an issue is brought up. There are information briefs given about it, so we all have an understanding, and then there is a time that we vote on it. That can be condensed. It doesn't have to be, but it still has to follow that agenda. And the law says we have to do it before. It doesn't say how far before. We try to do it at a reasonable time so we can capture everything, and it can be changed, it can be modified. We still, if there's something that's an emergency thing, that's what I said. I went to the superintendent and said, is there anything here of any timely gravitas that we have to really move? The fact that the policy does not indicate that we, I personally think the policy probably does need to be changed on the voter registration. But if, at the moment, the operational mindset with our school system is that those folks aren't allowed in, it's up to the job of social studies teachers, then that's the way it is. Nobody's going to come into those classes. The superintendent told me that if that were different, she would tell me. She would let me know. She checked on it. So I didn't see any emergency need to do that. But what I did do was take those 2 items, as I have asked people to do all through the year, and to bring them to me so that we can include them. Never, ever did I say, and I challenge anybody to indicate that I ever said that if you make it to the 3 o'clock Friday deadline, you can change your institute. That is not something I said, and you will never find me having said that. Never. So, and we talk about, there are items, the irony is, 2 items, they're fairly important items, that there are members on this board who are just talking about this are not going to get their fair hearing tonight, perhaps because we're going to go to 11 o'clock or 12 or whatever, because we're dealing with 2 new items that shouldn't be on the agenda. Are we gonna allow that happen? Is that gonna happen every week, every month? So we can't set an agenda. We'll wait till 3 o'clock Friday before we know what we're gonna able to be discussed the next week. That's a terrible way to do business. Do we want to set that precedent?
Mr. Chairman,
Everything that we've been doing is absolutely in line with the board norms, everything.
Again, the law says that we are allowed to do that because, again, these are things that are coming up. So we are allowed by law to put that, so long as we do it before you're actually putting this out to the public on Friday. There was no violation of that at all. I actually did it the way it's supposed to be done. Secondly, there are certain things that you're not allowed to delegate. Like right now, I cannot tell somebody, come over here and sit and vote for me. Okay, there are certain powers that you cannot delegate. Right now, on April 11th, we have board norms that specifically say the chair will contact members of the school board prior to the meeting to determine if there are any requests to include an item or report on the agenda. It doesn't say whoever the chair is delegating. It doesn't say the school board clerk. It says the chairman. You're supposed to be calling us, or in that case, emailing us to make sure that we don't have anything. But the truth of the matter is that even if you had done that a month ago when you set this agenda, these things just came up. These are things that just came up in the last week or in the last couple of weeks. And these things are going to keep on happening. Like what Mr. Rickard said, these are constituents that are calling us to put things on the agenda. And what you're saying is, I don't care what the constituents say, I'm going to do it to my convenience on this particular set of meetings, and I'm not, even though the law says that you're supposed to allow all of us to put these items in the agenda, you're saying, well, no, that's not convenient. I'm going to have this agenda setting meetings a few times a year, and that's when we're going to do it. And by the way, just so you know, you said that not only was it not going to be in the informational agenda for today, but you also said that it wasn't going to be on the next one either. So I guess it goes back to, are we going to follow the law and look at the intent of the law, which is to encourage school board members to bring things to this body that either they feel are important or that are actually timely or that constituents are bringing in. Or are we going to be the kind of board that we're going to say, well, no, we're only going to be doing this to our convenience whenever we decide that we're going to have meetings and these are the things that we're going to allow. So that's all I'm going to say. Of course, it's up to the board to vote on this. If not, I'll bring it up again next time. But as we're talking about it right now, these are timely things. And again, this is setting, I brought it up, not because I want to be here until midnight, as much as I love being here, but because this is important enough. This is what is going to define what kind of a board we are and who we're working for.
Mr. Chairman, I move to call the question.
There has been a move to call the question. Is there?
When you say, just strike the motion, just call question, and that signifies to the board that you're ready to vote.
Okay.
All right, call the question.
If you want to end debate, yes, then we can do a motion to end debate on this and rock and roll. But you just forget you said motion unless you want to actually limit debate and call previous question on this thing. Previous question would end all debate. So if you just expressing your opinion to vote, you can say question, or if you want to force an official discussion, previous question.
Mr. Bowman, so when he calls the question.
That's just his personal opinion, he's ready to vote.
Right, and
Now,
so.
he can move, if you want official motion to end this debate, I move the previous question on the matters before the House.
So he's just made a comment and it stays
Yeah,
there?
I'm thinking he just made a comment that he's saying he's ready to vote. But,
I'd like to end debate so we can move on. We've got a lot to do.
all right, if you want to, then you would move the previous question on all matters before the House.
All right.
It takes a second, 2/3 majority, neither amendable nor debatable. And that will immediately force a vote if it passes with 2/3 to end debate, first on the amendments and on the agenda.
I've got one question. No, it's for you.
Okay.
I just want to make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to rush anything through. I wasn't trying to get a vote on anything tonight. I was just wanting to discuss it. I guess that would have been informational. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding.
No, let me make it clear, because I understand. I want to find out about all three of those issues. I do. I want to hear what our staff has to say about where we are. I want to hear what folks have to say about it, okay? But I do not want us to have a debate before we get that informational stuff. I want to hear from our staff. I want to hear background first. And then we move to another stage where we discuss and vote, the action part. And that's why they have to be separated. They don't have to be separated by months, but they do have to. And by God, we really did set a system. I don't mean we, I mean Shenandoah County. If it's against the law, then Shenandoah County's been operating against the law for a long, long time. Because these agenda setting sessions have happened.
No,
since
you
long
only
before-
break the law when you're not allowing the members to include something. So you can do that, it's
Okay,
fine. The
but-
problem is when the member wants to bring something into the agenda.
I'm sorry
and you
about,
say no.
I'm sorry about the redundancy.
Yeah.
Once a month, the agenda setting session is there. And I think the
Are we,
idea.
I'm sorry, are we going to continue the debate,
No,
or are we
no.
going to consider his motion first?
He doesn't have a motion. If
Okay,
you want
so
to
please
hold
keep on
it,
talking.
So,
thank you. If you want to end debate, just stop talking, first thing. Second thing, and I don't mean that flippantly, it's a very simple concept. Secondly, move previous question on all matters before the House. That is neither amendable nor debatable, and if passed by a 2/3 majority, ends the debate on the question, which is the agenda items. That will immediately, if it passes with a 2/3 vote, no more discussion. You vote on the amendments, then you vote on the agenda as amended.
So that's 3 votes or 2 votes?
First one is to vote to close debate with previous question. If you opt to do that, but it takes, I move the previous questions on all
I
matters.
move the previous question and all matters before the House.
Second.
All right. And it's neither amendable nor debatable. So, Mr. Chairman, and it will be a roll call vote because it's a counting vote.
all right, so we all understand that the vote,
It's just
the
to close
consideration is
debate
just to close the debate
on this.
on, and not up or down on the amendments themselves. So, Shirley, you ready to do a roll call vote?
So it's moved to close the date for previous question. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. Yes.
Mr. Gutschall made that,
I second it.
and Ms. Carlenio seconded. All right, so you're voting on move to close the date on the previous question. Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall,
Yes.
Mr. Rickard,
Yes.
and Mr. Barlow.
Yes.
Okay. Previous question has passed. You can say that 5-0. Now you vote on the amendments to add it, and then you vote on the agenda.
Would you like me to read the amendment?
I think so. Yeah, read the amendment so we know what we're voting on. Thank you.
So, motion to amend the agenda to include an informational agenda item on the gender identity policy that the board previously passed, and to add an informational agenda item on voter registration policy. Motion was made by Ms. Carlenio and seconded by Mr. Rickard. Okay. Mr. Rickard,
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall,
No.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
No.
and Mr. Barlow.
No. Motion has been defeated, 3-2.
The original original motion. Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Motion was made by Mr. Gutschall, seconded by Mr. Street. Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
No.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes. Motion carries 3-2. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the September 12th school board meeting as has been presented?
I move to approve.
Hold on. No, no.
I'm sorry. All right, so we are moving on to the recognitions portion at long last. Madam Superintendent?
So thank you. This is National 4-H Week, and I would like to introduce Mr. and Ms. Circle, who will be introducing the 4-H officers to talk to us about 4-H.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Carol Nansel, who is our county 4-H extension agent. I'm Christy Zirkle. I am one of the leaders of the 4-H Honor Club for Shenandoah County. During October, the members of the 8 Shenandoah County 4-H clubs joined 4-Hers across the entire country in celebrating the power of positive youth programming during National 4-H Week. 4-H is the largest informational youth development organization in the U.S. Do you remember when you were a little kid, exploring everything, asking questions, discovering who you are and what you want to do with the rest of your life? It's like finding your spark that ignites what you're passionate about. Well, these moments haven't changed, but the world has, and it can feel a little overwhelming sometimes. But guess what? Kids don't have to do it alone. The good news is that 4-H helps kids find that spark and a pathway forward, whether they're 5 or 18. For over 120 years, 4-H has helped kids grow, lead, fail, and get back up. Make a difference, pave a path forward, and be ready. From hands-on projects that are proven to work, meeting other young people from around the country, and sometimes the world, to epic adventures and trips to places they may or may not have been before. 4-H is all about gearing up the next generation to be ready. Ready to lead, ready to serve, ready to build, ready to succeed, ready to make a difference. Ready for anything. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce a couple of our best and brightest 4-Hers who are currently serving in leadership roles. They'll be sharing their own stories of growth and readiness, and they've also brought a special treat for you. So first up, we're going to have Savannah Rittenauer, who is our County 4-H Council reporter, and after that, we'll have Lizzie Zirkle, who is our County 4-H Council president.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Savannah Rittenauer, and I'm currently 13 years old and an 8th grader at Peter Middleburg Middle School. I'm president of the Fort Valley 4-H Club and reporter of the Shenandoah County 4-H Livestock Judging and Skeleton team. In addition, last month I was elected as reporter of the Shenandoah County 4-H Council. As a member of the livestock judging team, I compete on the local and state level. I show livestock, specifically cattle, on the county and state level with anticipation of showing on the national level next year at Junior Hereford Nationals. In addition to 4-H, I am also a member of the Peter Middleburg Middle School FFA chapter and a member of the Junior Virginia Herp Association. The 4-H theme of this year is Beyond Ready. 4-H is teaching me to be beyond ready for my future in a variety of different ways. Through participating in the livestock judging contest, I am learning new and effective ways to communicate with others about my opinions. Evaluating livestock has not only taught me to value my own personal opinions, but also to value others as well, specifically through reasons. I have learned how to properly organize a speech and use special terminology to describe livestock in a persuasive way. Lastly, livestock judging has also taught me skills that prepare me for selecting and culling cattle that I choose to ship. Through the skeleton contest, I am encouraged to study and practice at home on my own time. which has improved my time management and leadership skills. Skillthon has also taught me materials that apply to real-life scenarios in the agricultural industry, which in turn is helping me prepare for my future career path. Lastly, showing cattle has been one of my favorite parts of 4-H thus far. Showing has taught me how to properly feed, handle, and care for cattle. It has taught me patience, organization, and determination. The project book that I complete as a part of my project has taught me to manage paperwork, create a budget, and achieve goals for myself. Being in the show ring with my peers has taught me good sportsmanship skills and how to work with others for a common goal. Overall, 4-H is teaching me to be beyond ready every day by improving my communication, patience, and organization skills. Being involved in showing in my 2 clubs has taught me to work with others for a common goal and how to set and achieve my personal goals. Serving in an officer position has taught me to be a leader in a variety of different aspects, while also improving my listening skills. Thank you for your time today. Any questions?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lizzie Zirkle. I am 16 in the 11th grade and homeschooled. I am the president of the Shenandoah County 4-H Council. I am a proud member of the Shenandoah County 4-H Honor Club and the Shenandoah County 4-H Livestock Judging Team. I am very involved at Theater Shenandoah in Edinburgh, where I am currently in Christmas Carol. I've been in Fiddler on the Roof, White Christmas, and You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. Last year, I spoke to you about failure and left you with one quote: one's best success comes after their greatest disappointment. This year, I'm going to speak to you about perseverance. The definition of perseverance is the steady persistence in a course of action, a purpose, a state, etc., especially in spite of difficulties or discouragement. To understand how I've persevered, you have to hear about what I've gone through this year alone. This February, my grandmother started having health issues and passed away in June. I had already applied and been accepted to the Shenandoah County Chamber of Commerce's Student Leadership Shenandoah County, and went through that the week after my grandmother passed. I got to learn so much at that camp that I would not have gotten the opportunity to do if I would not have had 4-H to teach me perseverance. As Winston Churchill once said, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. I went to State 4-H Congress in the end of June to compete in the 4-H table setting with my White Christmas themed table, where I had to present a 3-minute long speech that showcased my table. I did mine from the perspective of the character I played in Theater Shenandoah's production of White Christmas, Judy Haynes. I ended up winning Grand Champion overall table setting for the state of Virginia, which is truly an honor. This isn't the first year I've competed in the table setting competition at the state level. I persevered through failure to get to that medal. While at State 4-H Congress, I got tapped as a 4-H All-Star, which is where 4-Hers become a member for life. Just because you fail once doesn't mean you're going to fail at everything. Marilyn Monroe. This August, I got the opportunity to apply to be a Virginia State 4-H Livestock Ambassador. I went through an application process where I had to answer questions about my time at 4-H and the livestock industry. I then had an interview and found out last month that I was accepted as one of only 10 out of 21 applicants. We had our first outing at the Virginia State 4-H, where we handed out ribbons, helped with the skillathon, and got to meet Governor Youngkin. Sometimes you have to persevere throughout failure to get to the next good thing. Last year, I told you I was trying to build back the courage to go for bigger. And I did, and it worked. 4-H has taught me to persevere through failure, grief, and all the hard stuff. 4-H teaches you real-world solutions. I will leave you with one last quote. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Walt Disney. Thank you. Any questions?
Good job.
Thank you. We will come around with cookies and milk and some other goodies from 4-H.
I get my first up.
What do you want to think?
I'm so sorry, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you know it's going to be a really long meeting? Thank you. No, I did not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Great job, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good job. Congratulations.
Ready?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And those three left.
Thank you.
It's always such a treat to have our 4-H students here.
Okay, we've moved to that portion of the meeting where we're going to have public comments. And so I'm going to read the description of that, and we'll move right into it. The Shenandoah County School Board welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students and employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each speaker may speak up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. At the beginning of the meeting, if there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit total time for comments and or may reduce the time. I don't think we're going to be doing that tonight. All comments should address a matter related to Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with others' views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual school board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers may sign up to speak at a school board meeting or a public hearing on a document provided, that's what we have here, by the clerk of the school board. School board clerk will ascertain and has that the role of stakeholders and have addresses, valid addresses. Speakers are called in the order in which they signed up. We have a situation tonight where 3 folks want to speak together, and I think that those folks have been told that they'll have 3 minutes total for the 3. So as long as that works for you guys, works for me. The first name I have here is, I'm sorry, Brown. Can somebody tell me the first name?
Daryl.
Is it Daryl? Thank you, Daryl.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Daryl, last name Brown, address is 392 Zion Church Road, Morgantown, and you're the board. So I kind of just want to throw this out here. I don't have the esteemed accolades of the kids that left, and I barely graduated kindergarten. But I would like to know about swim and where it sits with the school board. I've talked to the county already as far as getting a practice facility. We now travel all the way to Manassas, and that's all 3 schools. And there's kids are really coming out for it. Each year they have more and more kids at every division. So, I mean, you don't have to answer me now, but I'm just kind of wondering, where is it sitting with your guys? Do you have the backing? I know you want to build a new school, and it would be the perfect opportunity to put in an aquatic facility. The county is all with it. I've talked to Parks and Rec Director, Mr. Hoover there, and I've also talked to Mr. Taylor with the county, and they've been doing work sessions And he's been bringing that up, but they also said, come and get it on the notes with you fine people. So that is my statement. I mean, I don't know where you sit and where you stand, or what information you need from me. You probably have it on the sheet.
We do.
Okay?
Thank you.
So just send me an email or do whatever. I mean, I didn't want to show up, but nobody returned my calls. But I understand you're busy people.
Ann Weinking?
I had some visuals for you tonight. Might be two there. Not sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a feeling I'm going to go over, but I hope you will want to hear what I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Shepherd, and citizens of Shenandoah County. My name is Ann Weinking, and I have lived in Shenandoah County since 1977. I am currently a school counselor at Sandy Hook Elementary. The purpose of my being here tonight is to put the brakes on the triplet tech proposal that was presented to the board in the previous meeting. In the minutes of that meeting, Dr. Shepherd said that triplet, in her opinion, is one of the top 3 facilities that needs major renovations according to the facility study done by RRMM. With all due respect, Dr. Shepherd, I couldn't disagree with you more. However, you did also state that there is an elementary school right on the heels of triplet tech. I'm not sure which elementary school you were referring to, since you also cited that 2 of our elementary schools are presently at 91% capacity. Those schools are Honey Run and Sandy Hook. And Mr. Ferguson asked you, if triplet was your #1 priority, then what would be your #2 and the time frame of that need? You replied it would be for a new elementary school at the end of 5 years, unless there was a lot of growth in the community. We know that there are active proposals and plans to build hundreds of homes in Strasburg and Woodstock. So that community growth you reference is coming and will be here before 5 years. As far as I know, our schools don't have the luxury of turning away students the way a vocational school can. The capital improvement plan has Sandy Hook at a capacity of 91. However, I personally disputed that figure with you and Mr. Heimgartner in an email back in August, because of how we have to use some of the classroom space within our building. So dear board members, I can only speak on behalf of Sandy Hook, but we utilize 4 classrooms for a total of 20 students. That would actually have the capacity of 92 to 96 students. So if you add that, we are actually at a 95.23% capacity. So I'm asking Dr. Shepherd and Mr. Heimgartner, my question tonight for you is, what is the capacity number you are looking for? It appears the elementary schools that are not at 91% have been high enough to take priority over triplet tech. I would like to present to the board additional facts to support an elementary school over a new vocational facility. The structural conditions of Sandy Hook, W.W. Robinson, and Peter Muhlenberg are becoming increasingly hazardous to the physical well-being and health of our staff and students. And I've shared with you tonight recent images of the current conditions of Sandy Hook. As you can see, there is visible black mold in the ceiling of the indoor gymnasium where hundreds of our students exercise every day, with a roof that actively leaks when it rains. As you may know, a new roof was installed this summer, and now we have more leaks than before. We at Sandy Hook have had raw sewage backing up through the bathroom floors and drains at least 7 times, if not more, so far this year. This sewage has filled the hallways with potentially hazardous fumes, and the toilet areas have liquid fecal matter and urine, while hundreds of students had to walk to the other side of the building to access functional toilets. There's peeling paint at several entrances around the exterior of the building.
You're way over. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, you should have let her finish. As a parent, I'd like to hear this.
Talk to her. It's fine, I don't make the rules.
I want to make her hold up.
Sure.
I want to see this picture.
Shannon Bowen?
I'm Shannon Bowen, I'm in Strasburg. Now I'm going to talk really fast so I don't go over, so listen hard. So I want to talk to you about the punitive attendance policy that has been put in place in a couple of our schools. The DOE website provides a wealth of information about the Attendance Matters program here in Virginia. It includes flyers to educate the public, as well as a webinar called DOE's Best Practices for Reducing Chronic Absenteeism. It includes best practices and rubrics for school systems to use when developing their attendance programs. It includes things such as positive rewards, outreach, and support for students that struggle to attend, focusing on the academic impact of absences, and creating a system that allows for the disaggregation of attendance into categories to better understand and support our students that may be at risk. As a parent of 3 teens and a teacher of almost 30 years, I think that these are all good policy. However, what I want to talk to you about is how this policy is being interpreted and implemented in my child's school. My children did miss 3 days in September, and prior to missing these days, we contacted all the teachers and got their work as is suggested by Attendance Matters. They returned to school completely caught up. Upon return, one of my children, but not the other 2, was called out in the hallway by an administrator, handed a letter telling him that he was now considered to be in poor standing because he was chronically absent and no longer able to participate in any after-school activities or go to homecoming. This student is an early scholar, a member of the National Honor Society, Trian Music Honor Society, drum major for the marching band, and is currently taking 7 courses this semester when a full load is actually 4, and he maintains an A average in every single one. When my oldest child tried to advocate for himself, he was told this is a new policy across the entire county, and there was no room for interpretation. I know that this is not a countywide policy. It is not being implemented in this manner in every school. It appears we are targeting our most engaged and active students. Nowhere in the DOE's publications does it suggest or mandate that students should lose privileges such as after-school activities, sports, or clubs. In fact, it suggests the opposite. It calls upon schools to reach out to support these students and help them with things that affect their attendance, to engage their parents and community to better support them, and to encourage them to be active in participating in their school community. My son just went to school 3 days hiding the fact that he had 102 fever until his fever hit 104. He stayed home 1 day and then went back sick. Why would he do this? Because he's afraid that he's going to be removed from the field or stopped at the door at the homecoming dance this weekend. His siblings are also sick. After his second visit to the doctor, he stayed home 1 day to rest and recover, and on the day he returned, he too was handed a letter that told him he is now in poor standing and would be losing his privileges. I'm asking that you take a serious look at this punitive nature of how attendance is being handled in some of our schools. I'm also asking that a written policy that is in line with the best practices suggested by the state be crafted and shared with parents, and parents being given a chance to share their concerns so we can ensure that we are doing the best thing for our children and our community at large. Thank you.
So is it Faith, Brooklyn, and Reagan? Do I have it? Okay.
Go Orange. Good evening, Dr. Shepard and board members.
And now I see 4 of you.
Yeah.
I'm right under them.
I'm Faith.
I'm Reagan. I'm Brooklyn. And I'm Ariana.
We are cheerleaders at Central High School. We are here on behalf of, in support of our head coach and the unity of our team. So under our head coach, we went to invitationals. We placed 3rd with a total of 122 points. She was since put on administrative leave. Under not our head coach, under our acting head coach, we went to 2 more invitationals where we placed last and second to last out of 17s when we were 3rd out of 17s. With our highest points being 107 and our lowest of 77. As you can see, really high numbers, change, big difference. Under our head coach, we felt more safe. more united. We felt more like a team. Without her, that unity has dissolved completely. There is such a divide on our team, it's affecting our mental health and our physical qualities. We no longer feel as close to one another and supportive of one another, and there's a very obvious divide. It has felt as though we no longer have a trusted adult to turn to, because the one that we 100% could count on was taken away. Anything else? That's really it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. There were several folks who left, but let's see, it's the end of the, is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay, we'll move on.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you are truly your
I haven't read this.
It's okay, before you do so though, we're gonna need your name and address and so forth, so maybe you can see the clerks. When you finish.
Okay, good, sure. Dane Hooser, 14 Front Royal, Strasburg. You're at We at Sandy Hook?
What's that?
We at Sandy Hook, is that where you were?
I think so.
Okay. Everett. We at Sandy Hook have had raw sewage backing up through bathroom floor drains at least 7 times, if not more so this year. The sewage has filled the hallways with potentially hazardous fumes, and the toilet areas have had liquid, fecal matter, and urine, while hundreds of students had to walk to the other side of the building to access functional toilets. There's peeling paint at several entrances around the exterior of the building and some areas with more visible mold. The exterior gymnasium that was constructed in 2017 to 2018 was designed with no plumbing or water fountains, and there is no protection for our students from adverse weather, and God forbid someone who would see the threat of protection for our students, want to cause our school harm. In all types of weather, our children who need to use the bathroom during the gym time have to go back inside the building using a badge. They are unattended, and you can probably guess which bathrooms are the closest ones for them to use. Yes, the bathrooms that back up with sewage. Along with the plumbing issues and leaky ceilings, we have a failing HVAC system. Last winter, we had classrooms that were consistently below 60 degrees, while other classrooms were too warm with virtually no air circulation. And other rooms with humidity so high that the glue on the students' work wouldn't even dry. In the previous meeting, Dr. Shepard mentioned that behind Peter Muhlenberg, some karst anomalies were discovered over the last 2 years. For those of you who may not be familiar with that term, it means there are sinkholes on the property, and not just behind Peter Muhlenberg, but underneath it too. Here's a picture taken this summer of a repair being made inside of Peter Muhlenberg due to a sinkhole under a classroom. In closing, I'd like to propose to the board that funding be used for a new elementary school and that the land in Morristown be considered for that construction. This location could help alleviate the traffic issues from both the northern and the central campuses. As for Triple Tech, I would suggest our high school personnel reach out to Laurel Ridge Community College to see if they could provide opportunities for our students through their Workforce Solutions program. The community college has provided dual enrollment for high school students in other areas for years, so why not approach them about vocational training opportunities for our students? The time has come, the time is now. Our schools have pre-existing conditions that the temporary slap a Band-Aid on it approach is no longer an option. The capacity and structural conditions are beyond that. Our educators, support staff, and students deserve enough respect to do their job in safe and healthy facilities. So what's it going to be? A new school hasn't been built in the county since 1994. That's 30 years ago. The saying goes, a picture says 1,000 words. Well, if that's true, these images before you tonight are currently the writings of a nonfiction novel about the tragedy slowly taking place in the Shenandoah County public school system. A novel that has the potential to have a happy ending, but it's up to you as to how the next chapter of the story will begin or end. Thank you for your time. And on a personal level, I have a child who's starting kindergarten next year at Sandy Hook, and I saw those pictures. That is appalling. We have to do something about that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I had no idea. Thank you.
Move away. Just do me a favor, you're the last speaker. Would you take this over and there's just enough space for you to have your name?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I want to speak. Hi, I'm Sabrina Schneibel. I live at 294 East Reservoir Road here in Woodstock. I also would like to speak to the attendance policy.
I have a 6-year-old that attends first grade at W.W. Robinson Elementary School. She had her tonsils removed by the doctor's request. She had to be out of school for over a week for healing, and I received this today. They want her to attend the ASAP program for after school, where she would not only miss time with her father, she would miss our dinner time because we work and we have dinner early. So she would no longer be there for that. I think this is ridiculous. She's 6. And if she doesn't attend, then she gets to miss recess or field day or possibly field trips. It's a ridiculous policy that I think y'all need to severely look at and really consider. Thank you.
You really let me down there.
We're now moving to the consent agenda. This consists of the minutes of September 12th, the minutes of September 23rd, donations, overnight field trips, and approval of paid bills. Do I have a motion to approve the following consent agenda items?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Mr. Gutschall, second from Mr. Street. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? And now we move into the informational agenda. Sheriff Carter, you're still here. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My presentation is going to be brief. Just so the public is aware, we had a earlier meeting to talk a little bit about strategic safety issues and other items that are not here in the public meeting. This is basically a snapshot of the calls that we've been on at the beginning of school to October the 2nd. As we talked earlier, the threats, we had 18 threats so far at school this year. 9 of those were verbal. 9 of those were what we would refer to as more social media, either originated or driven. And all of those, to this point, is my understanding, have been resolved one way or the other, either by a criminal charge or by determining that the threat was not credible. Now, ECO and TDO probably should have spelled that out. That's an emergency custody order or temporary detention order. Those are calls that we've been on that we've physically taken a child in custody because they have a mental health or behavioral health crisis. Okay, below that is a number called, we just call it mental health. Those are similar issues, but those are issues with children that their parents and the child voluntarily basically seek help. I mean, we may get the call at school, but we don't have to physically take the person for help in a crisis. Those are things that we've seen on the rise over the last few years. Drug violations, those 5 are basically charges we've made with the vaping pens that have the THC in pens. Have been those calls. Interventions. We created that call because that happens so many times in the course of a day. Those could be anything from just sitting down and talking to a child that's maybe had an issue that occurred over the weekend or at home, or any type of thing that doesn't rise to the level that there needs to be crisis intervention, things of that nature. But those are interventions that we have in children. Investigations are basically anything that range from sexual assaults that are reported to us. We've had 2, I think, this year. Both of those occurred off campus, in an off-campus setting. Assaults, larcenies, vandalisms, and that kind of thing. So those could be incidents that occurred either at school or reported to us at school that occurred off campus. And then, of course, extra patrols and foot patrols. Those are basically just things that SROs are doing every day as far as checking doors, walking through the buildings and that kind of thing. But that's basically a snapshot I just wanted to give you all. I do want to say there's a lot of work that goes into the training, the planning, the pre-planning, the preparation, the investigations with regard to school threats, school violence, school safety. I can't say enough about the support that we get from school staff, all of the principals, and the school administration as well. And we don't talk about a lot of that publicly. Sometimes you may see something put out regarding training or something like that. But I do think Shenandoah County, they took a position, the school board took a position many years ago. And I think you guys have, this board and previous boards have put yourself on the right path with regard to continually improving school safety here in Shenandoah County. And I appreciate that from this board and the previous boards. So really those are the main things that I wanted to bring up tonight in case you all had any questions.
Thanks, Sheriff. Any questions from the?
But this is just since August.
Pardon me, ma'am?
This is just since August? I'm sorry.
This is just since August,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Very active. Very
I
active.
wanted to say that when I travel to other divisions or organizations, school systems, one of the places where we immediately kind of see that we've outstripped them is in our relationship with the Sheriff's Department. That is something that is aspirational for a lot of the other divisions, and if they do have that system, it seems like we've got a really good one here compared to that. So.
Well, I mean, I can testify basically as to what it was like 28 years ago, 29 years ago, and I believe the consistency in training, the consistency in planning, the consistency in preparation and policy, the consistency in communication has improved tremendously over those 29 years.
And it's been interesting to watch the kind of integration, if you will, of your folks and school folks and the kids. That's palpable. So anyway, thank you guys for that.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sure. We've got Whitney Walk here and Denise Fulmer from our office. I didn't introduce them, so they've stayed through the beginning of the meeting. So, guys, again, thank you all. Look forward to coming back and briefing you in some future time and also talking about maybe some security enhancements as we move into the next fiscal year. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff.
We had a request for information teacher assignment for the upcoming school year. Dr. Shepard, are you going to give us some information on that?
I am going to let Mr. Hensley and Ms. Proctor share information.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Shepard. Thank you for giving Jennifer and I an opportunity to talk a little bit about the elementary and secondary process that we go through and some things that we experience when scheduling courses for students and also assigning classes for teachers. So one of the things I want to point out when we start out, there's some challenges that we have. I know that Ms. Hodges has spoke before about staffing. Currently, we have 30 unfilled staffing positions, so that plays into some of our decisions that we're making, but I'm going to let Jennifer start with the elementary and then I'll move to the high school.
So as Mr. Hensley was saying, excuse me, my voice is a little froggy, I've been sick. As Mr. Hensley was saying, at elementary is a little more straightforward because we don't have lots of different courses that we have to take into account. Students are all pretty much in the same path. You're a first grader, all first graders take the same amount of courses. You're a fourth grader, same thing goes. So it's really about the numbers that we have. And if you're not aware, in Shenandoah County, we participate in the K-3 reduction program. And so that means that all of our classrooms in kindergarten through third grade have to stay 23 or less. And so that really plays a big part in what happens. So sometimes we don't know until right before school starts or the week that school starts that we might have too many kindergartners. Because even though we push out for parents to register, they don't always do that. And so we get to the first day of school and we're like, uh-oh, okay, we're over our numbers. So we start to look. So for example, this past year at W.W. Robinson, our first grade, our kindergartners going into first grade, they were already maxed out at 22 and 23 already in those classrooms. Well, that doesn't give us any wiggle room for transfer students. And we know that we're gonna get kids coming back to Shenandoah County, moving in, moving out, but it didn't give us a lot of wiggle room. But our fourth grade group, we can go over 23 and our numbers were a little lower there. So Miss Mason was able to take a 4th grade teacher and move her into that first grade spot. So some of those things we don't know until we get closer to the start of school. Last year and the year before, we had to add some classrooms. We added a 3rd grade classroom in Ashby Lee. So those are things that happen. And then we also have to take into consideration the certifications that our teachers have. So for example, if the opening is 1st grade, but the teacher that I have that's applied has a 5th grade certification, we might have a 5th grade teacher that can teach 1st grade. And so we might go to that teacher and say, hey, would you be willing to move to 1st grade? So those are some of the things that we take into consideration, but it's a little more straightforward at the elementary level because we're really just looking at numbers. So we stay below 23 at K3, and then at 4th and 5th grade, we really try to stay less than 25. But this past year at Ashby Lee, we did have some classrooms at 27. So it would have been nice to be able to add a teacher there, but we can't always predict those things. We do our best projections. Melody does a great job at looking at birth rates and things like that. But it is always just a numbers game that we have to play, and then that certification also plays a big role in that.
So Overton Middle School and High School, it's not as clean, it's not about numbers, it's more about courses and sections and certifications of teachers also. So the one thing that I know people ask, like what's really driving that? And when we think about it, it's our student requests. We're getting ready to bring our program of studies to you to approve that we just went over this past month. That'll come next month. But with those requests become certifications for teachers that they have to have. We have dual enrollment courses. Sometimes we don't have the individuals to teach those courses, or that an individual may have chose to go to another division, which we, like this year at Strasburg, we had 3 courses that a teacher had to pick up that were AP courses instead of dual enrollment because we didn't have someone certified to teach it. So in those cases, we actively search for someone that wants to do it, and we help them get that certification in dual enrollment. The other thing that comes around it also is the schedules. When their kids schedule, they pick what they want, and they run the schedules, and it may not fit perfectly, and it doesn't work really well. So here's some numbers to kind of give you an idea across our high school this past year of dropped courses coming in. So Amy Miller does a great job working with our counseling staff. I asked her, I said, how many dropped courses did we really have this year? So in high school, with manipulating schedules, there was 1,438 schedules manipulated because things didn't work. And that's hands-on touching from our school counselors and our principals to help move those students around and make sure things balance out. Out of those 1,400, that was 763 students that involved. At our middle school, we had 742 students that involved, and it was over 2,300 schedule changes. Not just with core, more with electives and things that they're moving around. So there's a lot of moving pieces in that at the middle school and high school. Some things that happen also is that some teachers may get extra sections added in. I had a principal call and say, I need an extra section of Algebra 1. Our enrollment is now up to 30. And for us to put 30 students into a classroom is not really fair to the students. So then we have to be creative and go back to teachers and ask them, will you pick up another section? So teachers may be teaching things that they may not have known when they left. Another example is at Strasburg High School, we had a large population of students request physics. Usually we have one section of physics, so a teacher had to pick up an extra physics. So they dropped a course that they were teaching to pick up the physics. So things kind of move around. It seems pretty simple to people put in the schedule, and you should be able to print it out and they know the schedule. But sometimes numbers within classrooms, we may have students that schedule and might be 5 students that selected that course. Well, obviously it's not very economical to put 5 students in a course when you have 38 students assigned to another course. So for those reasons, things may change around a little bit. That's it for the high school. Do you have any questions?
I just had so how many schools this year did you have more students than you did when you first thought? You know, because you said a lot of people came in at the last minute. Is this something that is happening all across our schools, or some schools more than others?
I would say our elementary schools are feeling some growth right now.
Okay, all 3 of them?
Jen, while you're up, what is the possibility of letting teachers that are returning know what their assignment is by June 1st?
That's going to be really difficult because, I'm going to use when I was a principal as an example. So when I was a principal, I knew that I had maybe 3 classroom openings. One of them might have been first grade, one of them might have been in third grade, and one of them might have been in fifth grade. I get applicants. I look at the applicants. And as a principal, you're looking for the best fit for each one of those grade levels. And I'm going to tell you, every one of those grade levels takes a different type of personality of a teacher. Fifth grade teachers can be a little more like middle school teachers. First grade, they need to be a little bit more loving, caring, you know, they're a different type of teacher. They're willing to be pseudo moms. And so you're looking for those different types of personalities. So when you get your applicants in and you do all your interviews, you might get 3 applicants and you'll say, oh, I could see this teacher really fitting in at 4th grade, but that's not where my opening is. So then you go to your 4th grade teachers and you say, hey guys, I have a great person for your team. Are any of you willing to move to another grade level? We always try to do it by choice first, but I'll be honest, my first or second year as principal, I had to move people because it was what was needed by the school. So in best case scenario, we always want to tell teachers we're going to be in June, but we also tell them we will let you know as soon as we possibly can. And the teachers are pretty used to that, I feel like. But we also don't do teachers any service by keeping them in one grade level for their whole careers. That's a life according to Jen Proctor. Like, that's a philosophy that I have. I feel like teachers need to be able to grow, and sometimes to grow, you have to go outside of your comfort zone and teach at a different grade level. So yes, in a perfect world, we would always want to tell teachers we're going to be in June. But reality is, until we finish that hiring season, we don't always know. And it's even harder now with the teacher shortage. And so sometimes we don't know exactly how all the chips are going to fall. And so our principals are doing a really good job at trying to match up the teachers with the people and the personalities that they have in their schools so that it makes the best scenario. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have a question regarding that. I'm sorry, were you want to say?
I was just going to add, at the high school, we try to schedule out as best we can to the end, but there's always scenarios where we can't get students in the classes, so we go back and we have extra sections. So Mr. Barlow may typically teach 3 sections. He's being asked to teach a 4th section. And we have about 20 of those this year that we've had to go back and do. So, and we've had to do it across schools also because dual enrollment with our students now, a lot of students want dual enrollment. This past year, we had teachers at Stonewall Jackson teaching to students in Strasburg, and also teachers from Central teaching to students in Strasburg, just because we didn't have the staff to be able to do it, and we wanted to try to make that work. And we have great staff, and that's our teachers agreeing and saying, I'll do that. So a lot of applause to them that they're picking up extra duties to do that to help students even at other schools.
I just have a question, because I think we have a situation where sometimes it's that you're hiring the teacher for, I mean, when you're doing your hiring, I mean, are you looking at a particular position that you're going to be hiring, or are you just looking to hire that teacher and then just plug them in wherever you think you can put them in?
We usually know where the opening's at, and that's what we're hiring for that position. But if we don't get the applicants for that position, that's when we have to start thinking creatively. And so looking at maybe, okay, I have an applicant that could do 5th grade, but not 1st grade. And so that's when we have to, as principals, figure out who's the best person then to go to 1st grade.
And that happens from elementary all the way to high school, because we'll get to a point in the summer that Jennifer or myself also at the middle school and high school will start contacting principals and say, okay, you have 3 positions that's unfilled. We can't, there's kids sitting in that section, obviously they can't be in that section. How are you going to be creative? How are you going to be able to serve these kids? And we start talking about our plans moving forward, because one thing we want to do too is we don't want to try to overstress our teachers either. We don't want them to have negative experiences either. So we work together with them to try to alleviate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dr. Shepard, are you going to tell us about the School Board Member Alliance?
I am. I'm just going to highlight, I'm passing to you, and there's a few extra copies here, information on the School Board Member Alliance Legislative Review and Policy Update Services. So the SBMA, School Board Member Alliance, has 2 services really. The first service is their legislative review and policy updates. which is currently under review because they said they want to make it as cost effective on school divisions as they can, because they said that the Virginia Department of Education issues a legislative review that is pretty comprehensive. However, there is still some need in order to make sure that that gets implemented into policy correctly. So they offer that service, and at the very bottom of the page, you'll see that the approximate cost is $2,900. However, like I said, they're reviewing that to see if they can get that cost even lower with collaborating with the Virginia Department of Education on that. And then the second policy, the second service that they offer is a full policy audit, which is to ensure that all of the school division policies are fully compliant with state and federal laws. So, and that price is not included. That would be in a negotiation with SBMA if we wanted to move in that direction. So wanted to just highlight those two services that the SBMA offers. We currently do not have a policy service, so we probably need to figure out what we're going to do with policies in the next few months. The legislative session will start here in January.
How much were we paying with the
Over 3,000. I don't know if it was 3,000 or 3,200. Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Shepard, we have the discussion about the budget development calendar.
Yes, thank you. So attached to this agenda item are two calendars. One is school board meeting calendar for next year, for the calendar year 2025, and then also a budget calendar. I would like for you to look over them in the next couple of weeks, and I will ask for this to be approved at the November 14th school board meeting. So please let me know if there are any conflicts on either one of those two calendars so that we can get it approved so that everybody's available.
And then finally, in the informational agenda, we have this request to increase the fiscal year 2025 special budget.
Yes. So this is one of those time-sensitive items. We spent all of our CARES funds, and we were rewarded by getting $32,000 extra for summer school. So we have those funds. We have to encumber and spend those funds by October the 15th. So we wanted to make sure that it was on the school board agenda so that we could go ahead and do that so that we could receive those funds, because we did spend all of our CARES funds previously. So.
All right, and that's that'll be, we'll take that up under the action items tonight, correct?
Yes, yes. Be happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you. So moving into the action items, we have already discussed the personnel list that has been presented to us. Do I hear a motion to accept and approve that personnel list?
I move to approve the personnel list as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. That's a motion. Any second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of accepting the personnel list, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Unanimous. 5.2, request to increase the 2025 operating budget. Do we have a motion to approve the request to increase the 2025 operating budget by $156,718 for the additional IDA funds that we've received?
I move to approve the request to increase the fiscal year 2025 operating budget by $156,718 for the additional IDA funds received.
Thank you, Mr. Street. That motion has been made. Any second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Similar, 5.3 is a similar request to increase the budget by an additional $9,176 from the Virginia Department of Education for received from the state allocations for the Perkins funding. So I have a motion to that effect.
I move to approve the request and increase the fiscal year 2025 special budget in the amount of $9,176 for the additional Perkins grant funding that Shenandoah County Public Schools received.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard, for that motion. Any second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. All in favor of the motion to approve the request to increase the budget for 9176 for the Perkins grant, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5.3 passes unanimously. 5.4. Need to consider increasing the 2025 special budget on the amount of $32,000 based on the superintendent's memo, which announced the initial American Rescue Plan for addressing unfinished learning, before and after school programs and summer programs. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I move to increase the fiscal year 2025 special budget fund for the fiscal year 2025 amount of $32,000.
Thank you, Mr. Street, for that motion. Any second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. So, any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And final, now we have two things that are not related to the budget, and these will require some discussion. So, the first is that we're dealing with a request to perform an audit of special education funds expended in fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. And at a recent school board meeting, a member requested an audit of special education funds for fiscal year 21 and 22 be conducted. Specifically, the audit would investigate funds used in 2021 for the name changes of Stonewall Jackson High School and Ashby Lee Elementary School as approved at the March 11, 2021 meeting. So is there a motion that we move ahead with the that line item audit of fiscal year 21-22 special education funds?
Is there going to be discussion, or what are we doing?
After a second, we'll have discussion. Yeah, if we have a motion.
I move to approve an audit of the fiscal year 2021, fiscal year 2022 special education funds.
Thank you, Mr. Street. So we have a motion to that effect. A second? I'll second it. Discussion.
I think unless we're gonna move forward with any type of legal action or anything like that, I think it's a moot point. I think it's a waste of taxpayer money. Sure, we've got the initial estimate at what, $5,000. But of course, if they find anything there, that number's going to continue to rise. I don't see a point in moving forward on it unless we're going to agree that if we're going to move forward, we're going to move forward full steam ahead, and we're going to take legal action should we find anything.
Other discussion?
I oppose this audit for several reasons. One is what Mr. Rickard said, that this is a waste of money and resources. In the past, we have been very stingy with the money that we have. We didn't support the student support specialist. There's a lot of other instances where we have said we do not have enough money. So I don't understand why we would be spending the money here when at this time we don't even have a finance director that would be able to oversee this. But more importantly, I think for me the biggest issue is that we get nothing out of this. Right now, this is not money that we're going to be getting back. This is not money that is going to make us find an employee that needs to be fired. We don't even have it was a different superintendent. So we gain absolutely nothing out of this. I think at most, we would be able to find out if there was a wrongdoing, which is a very big if. But more importantly, I think this actually could open us to liability. I mean, if we're talking about federal funds or state funds that were misspent, that doesn't mean that we're going to get that money back. That means that we're going to have to give that money back to those agencies. So I don't see any upside whatsoever to this audit. So I'm going to oppose it.
Any other discussion?
Yes, well, it's just hard for me, being a representation of the taxpayers. I just feel obligated that if there was mishandling of funds, I feel obligated that the taxpayers know about it. Now, you're right. Yes, it is. You could use the term it's water over the bridge or water over the dam, whatever. But me personally, what has been looked into, there's a lot of question marks, and I just feel obligated to the taxpayers that, within reason, was there a mishandling of funds, especially when it involves the special ed department. And I just feel obligated as representing my constituents in the southern campus where it took place.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Any other comments?
I didn't even think about the aspect that Gloria brought up, that if we...
One second. I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak twice before you talk again. Any comments?
I would just say, I think we want to close the book on the whole thing, and I don't know, maybe this is a way to kind of close it down for the final time. Not sure.
Yeah, I have something to say, but go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay, fine, thank you. Yeah, I know that we've been talking about this for probably months, and I think some members of the board and some folks who have been in contact with us have indicated or shown that there have been some things that look like they're bad practices that occurred during this time period. I think there was a feeling that maybe this is just, I think, water under the bridge or over the dam, whatever it is, and that maybe it's a waste of time. But there just seem to be enough discrepancies here that I wonder if we are ignoring or closing our eyes to the fact that there might be not only just bad practices, but some practices it could have been negligent or maybe still going on. And the line item audit, I think, was estimated to be about $5,000. I'm not sure. I think that's the figure that was mentioned. So I think we were actually wondering whether this is indeed a waste of time and money, or whether we're to take Mr. Street's admonition that maybe we owe it to our constituents to know why the special education funds were impacted and why certain positions were frozen at the southern campus as a result of this. So there are numbers of issues here that could be investigated and resolved. So I think, and again, I'm not the one who brought this forward, but with hearing the number of concerns about lack of best practices and some questionable transfers and so forth, it seems to me it's a small amount if we can right some wrongs and write some best practices or even some questionable ones. So
I have a point of order, because unfortunately Ms. Stein's not here, but maybe somebody can recall, because I remember that when we had that work session, I thought she said that at a minimum it would be $5,000, but that it could actually increase greatly and be over $100,000 if they keep digging and they don't know exactly where it is. So I just want to put the point of order. I mean, I don't think it is $5,000. That's the beginning step, and then she said that it could go forward significantly.
I think that's less a point of order than a debatable point. But I take your point.
No, point of order because I wanted to know what she said. If anybody can, maybe somebody from the school board knows.
I would like to speak to it. So Yeah, yeah, she did mention 5,000 as a, what it would likely cost. And if we pursued it beyond that, it could indeed cost more, and she indicated that as well. She also indicated that if anything was found that looked like it was egregious or questionable, that at that point we could turn it over to the state police or to the Attorney General's office for further action. So we wouldn't necessarily have to take it beyond that line item veto. So that's what I heard. Mr. Rick.
My only issue is if we were to get a questionable auditing firm in here for the, let's say, $5,000 for the initial thing, and then all of a sudden they say, well, there's some there, here, but it's going to cost you more to do this next step, and then all of a sudden we're doing the third step and we're doing the fourth step and we're getting roped into something. And Gloria brings up a valid point too, where if they do find something there, we could be held liable to pay all that money back to the state or the federal government, wherever that money came from. Sometimes I think it's better to let sleeping dogs lie. As much as I agree with Tom, and I would like to find out,
Well, I would hate to see us be in a situation where, especially a school system, where, basically the bottom line is if we find an issue, we find very big questionable things, I don't want to be looked at as we just turn our heads the other way and not do anything about it. I would think that if the initial, let's just use numbers, it costs $5,000, then I would think that the audit firm would come back, if there is going to cost more, then the firm would come back to the board and say, give a report, then we would make a decision whether to continue on or not, or what direction to go in there. But I would hate to see us there's been a lot of question marks there, a lot of things discovered, and I would hate to see us as a school system just basically take the stand and turn our head the other way and not do anything of a matter of what's right is right.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shepard, you said that you looked into this in terms of the cost. Did we get more clarification on that?
So I spoke to two firms, and one is the one that we currently use to do our compliance audit, which is done every year, and then a second firm, which is very similar. And I think that they would do the line item audit for $5,000, but I didn't go further than that. So, yeah.
Both firms were the same amount?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further board comments?
Let me just say that going into it, if we do this, I will say that I think all of us up here would hope that nothing is found, because that would indicate that there was either unethical behavior or something illegal done. And we all know that the decision by that school board made all of our lives complete hell for, it's been years now. Dennis and I and Brandy at the time, going through this because of their actions. And again, I hope nothing would be found, but I think it's sometimes you need to kind of close the book on things. And, we've sat up here for the last few years, and especially this year, to make a decision on something that should have never been changed in the first place. And we had to wear it one way or the other, and very frustrating. So if we could get some answers on this, I think it would be helpful to try to move past it. And again, hopefully nothing would be found, but if it was, then we would have to, move on or proceed appropriately on whatever we find or what would be found. So I just think that with all that we've had to go through as this board and then the previous board, the actions taken by the 2020 board were very consequential for not only our county, but the people that have had to sit up here and deal with it. So I wouldn't mind moving forward with it at the requirement that, we don't get into Pandora's box and start spending, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000. But if we could somehow limit it to $5,000 for the strand of data that needs to be audited, and then go from there. I think that's reasonable, and I would think that they could offer that as a possibility rather than just you paying $50,000 or you being required to pay that. So.
Any further board comments?
Oh, I guess one question was, did anybody ever look into having the Commonwealth Attorney or, the Attorney General or VDOE look into this?
The feeling was that that we wanted to present them, whatever that was, the state police or state's attorney, that we would provide some basis for that request. And so, having done our own individual audit and seeing what that turns up would give us the option to actually give it to the state police or whatever, but that it probably wouldn't go anywhere if we just said, check on this.
Well, because that would be for a criminal. If we're talking about the state police. So my question is more, if we're talking about if we think there was something wrong with the way they did it or the funds spent, have we gone to the agency that actually gave us that money, whether it be the federal agency or the state VDOE or whatever agency gave us that money, have we ever gone to them and asked them if this looks irregular to them?
To my knowledge, that hasn't happened. But again, this is not hearsay, but it's just people who have been involved with this have indicated that if we don't have any there, then it is a waste of time. But if we do, as I think Mr. Cuttrell was saying, if we find out that there is something there more than just, and if we just find that there are some bad practices that we've either overcome or need to be overcome, maybe that would be enough and that would be the best possible outcome. But the feeling was, and might still be, that if we do our own internal audit, not our own, but have it done locally, that we'll know whether we need to proceed that way or not. That's what the motion's about. Are you ready to vote on the motion? So the motion is to approve an audit of the fiscal year 21-22 special education funds. And I guess we should have a roll call vote. Mrs. Jett?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio?
No.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes. The motion passes 3-2. Our final action item this evening is the cell phone policy. There are two recommended actions before us. Two versions of the cell phone policy. And just kind of short-circuited a little bit. Draft A and Draft B are very much alike, with the exception that Draft B, in my informal way, I'll just describe it as allows cell phone use basically during lunchtime, which is the core difference. And I'm ready to entertain a motion. Actually, I think we decided maybe I should turn this over to you, Mr. Vice Chairman, if you'd like to take it from here.
All right. Opening, looking for a motion on the cell phone policy.
I move to
Go ahead.
I move to approve Draft B of the cell phone policy, which requires that cell phones be turned off and stored away during the school day except for use during lunch for middle and high school students, effective Monday, October 28th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Motion on the floor to approve Draft B. Is there a second?
Ask a question.
Yeah.
How does Mr. Bowman? If you want to approve B, but you'd like to change something in it, how do I go about that?
Okay. First of all, we'll need a second, and all a second does is says the item is worthy of debate. It does not mean you are in favor of it. So we have a motion with no second. So if you are interested in working on that one. I would secure a second, and then you can start amending the motion, which is draft B.
Okay.
So, yes, yeah, get it on the floor, and then you can start amending and changing. And
My warning will be is if we go down the path of B and we're not ultimately going to vote on it, we don't even want to open that box up. You know what I'm saying? So we need to figure out if we're going to have, I feel like we need to find out if we're going to have support for policy B first, because if we start making amendments and things and we're not going to ultimately pass that when we're here back to A, then it feels like a moot process.
I hear what you're saying, but you can't really discuss something that's not.
Yeah, how are we going to discuss it?
You can't
Can't
discuss it. So
it
you
unless you second it.
either need to second it and rock on, or no second and let it die.
Okay, so we're still looking for a second on.
Second.
All right, so
Now you can amend away.
Rock on.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
all right, so discussion.
I support B, but I'd like to make an amendment myself. I would like to see, as far as yes during lunch times, but only for 8th grade. And I also have, thinking about it on field trips, I don't have a problem with it being, if they're on a bus for an hour and a half, I don't have a problem them on their phone when they're on the bus for an hour and a half field trip. I think the consensus of the board is, and the staff, that this is about instruction during instructional time in the classroom. I know that's what I'm worried about. So those are the two amendments that they can have it during lunch, high school, but in middle, not the whole middle school, only including 8th grade through high school, but allowing it, and on the second amendment, allowing it on a field trip. Those were my two amendments.
Okay, so Mr. Street, you're proposing to amend draft B to allow 8th graders to use their cell phones during lunch along with during field trips.
For 8th grade and high school.
For 8th grade and high schoolers.
Not, in other words, simple terms, not the whole middle school.
Okay. So for 8th graders during lunch and field trips along with high schoolers.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or discussion on those amendments?
And can I just add to that? And that's what I'm going by is my feedback, talking to staff. You know, that's not just something Tom Street wants. It's just kind of my feedback.
Okay. Is there a second for the two amendments that Mr. Street put forward?
I'll second that. I've heard the same thing from staff.
All right, so the amendments have been made by Mr. Street and seconded by Mr. Rickard.
All right, let me read it to make sure I have it correct. So,
Yes.
motion to amend draft B to allow cell phone use during field trips and for 8th graders, for field trips for 8th graders and high schoolers, and also for 8th graders during lunch.
High school.
In high schools during lunch.
Well,
But that's already
says high
included.
schools during lunch.
Okay. I just want to be clear. 8th grade, I just didn't want no technicality to come back. And I just, bottom line is 8th grade up to 12th.
Were you choosing 8th grade because of the sports eligibility?
Yes. Well, that and, you know, my conversations, you know, I know Dr. Heingard and I had a conversation. There is 8th grade is kind of in that gray area. They can play a high school sport possibly. And then you get into, you know, it is convenient, I admit now, my personal experience, instead of me calling the school office and bothering them at lunchtime, my child can send me a text, hey, the ball game tonight's been canceled due to the rain. That 8th grade is kind of a in and out of high school like.
I agree.
Mr. Bowman, do we discussion and then,
Yes, you'll just handle,
like a normal?
yes.
All right.
Yep, you got an amendment and a second.
Well, you want me to speak
Ms.
first?
Carlino?
Okay. So, there's a lot here. One of the reasons why most school boards that we know of as school districts are doing the bell-to-bell cell phone policies are various reasons. One of them, to begin with, is the enforcement. It makes it a lot easier that nobody's going to have a phone, and if you see a phone, then you know that person is not supposed to have it. I have no problem with the kids having the phones in their backpack just because the kids have gotten used to that. However, what we have seen, and the reason why I think a lot of the school boards and school districts want to have this cell phone is because of the effects that these cell phones are having on kids. And it's a cell phone, it's a social media. I mean, we can talk about a lot of the things about bullying and just what they've been watching in there. I mean, you just don't know. I mean, for example, most of the porn in this country is actually watched through the cell phones. So it's either you have a policy or you don't have a policy. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to make sure that our kids' brains can develop, that they can actually socialize. We were just talking a couple of weeks ago, and I think we've heard this from several school districts, where the school districts that have already implemented this from bell to bell have said that they can see a difference in the kids almost right away. They can see it at the lunchtime, they're talking to each other, or they're playing. In fact, I remember seeing one school district where the school board member said that in high school they were playing tag for the first time in years. So one of the things we need to understand is there's plenty of research on what this cell phone use and the social media and all that are doing to the brain. And let's just say, for example, it takes just 1 hour of use to push the adrenal system beyond its normal limits. And what we have right now, we have kids between 8 and 18 that are spending an average of 7 to 10 hours a day on technology. I said before, this is something that is really affecting our kids. This is what we're having a lot more short attention span, we're having more ADHD symptoms. Kids are not talking to each other, so they don't even know how to address problems, how to resolve problems by talking to each other. We're breaking down the human interactions between these kids. And this is why I would rather see it completely banned from bell to bell, make it easier to also enforce for the teachers. And it's interesting because I have talked to a lot of staff here in SCPS, and most of them seem to say that they want it bell to bell. And we do have a lot of research done here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know this from all the information that Mrs. Youngkin actually gave out, where the majority of the parents are saying that they want to see the ban from bell to bell. It's something like 69%. Now, I know we have gotten used to a lot of this technology, but we really are stealing away our kids' childhood by doing this, and it's also affecting their learning ability. Another thing that we need to also address is the fact that a lot of people want to have them because of an emergency, because we have all the school shootings or violence. In those moments, we don't want a kid to be worrying about getting their phone and trying to call their parent. What we want the kid to do at that time is listen to the teachers and listen to the SROs when they're actually going to be, told what they should be doing in such an emergency. And I've had some districts that have said, yeah, that is a problem, because then the kid is just thinking that they need to use the phone. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I think we should do the bell to bell. I think this is just by doing, some kids can use it, some kids can't use it. They can use it, during lunchtime, but not between classes. Makes it really hard to enforce, and in the end, it's not achieving the purpose of trying to get the kids away from this technology when they're in school to actually learn.
Thank you, Ms. Carlenio. Anyone else?
Well, she has a good point, and I support a lot of things she says, but I think it's probably a mutual meeting in the middle with parents, because we'll probably hear a lot of other parents, their opinion, but I think the focus here again was during instructional time that the cell phone is not available. So I don't think for 8th grade higher, I think it's kind of negotiating a little bit maybe satisfying, if it is the other 31% of the parents, that they may have that possible contact with their kids. I don't know, for whatever reason, if a kid's not feeling good, just that simple thing of, hey, getting along today. But for the various reasons, I guess it's just kind of a compromise is the way I see it, even though I do agree with Gloria on some of the things there. And I fully support kids. I definitely agree and support they need to be more interactive with each other instead of just looking down at that phone. But I guess the way I see it, just during lunch, just during the higher classes, is just a form of compromise across the table just during that lunch period.
Thank you. Mr. Barlow?
So I agree with Mrs. Carlino. I do believe that this needs to be a clean, easily enforced issue. Having carve-outs, whether it's for certain groups or certain times, is going to make this much more difficult to enforce. And while I understand, and I'm glad we've had the discussion for the last few weeks, because I understand sports being called off and personal problems and so forth, but I believe we can, the operational end of this by the staff can take care of that. I believe that we would be doing our teachers and our administrators a service by making this as crisp and as clean as we can, rather than having those carve-outs. That's all.
Anybody else? All right, well, I'll just, echo what I said at the work session at Triplet. My concern is with not doing a bell-to-bell is the enforcement is going to be very difficult, especially at the high school level. Again, like I said that night, you've got different gyms, you've got the library, you've got the cafeteria. You've got a lot of different places to be monitoring it, but then when you come back from lunch, it's not easy to put that phone back away and lock back in on what you're doing. I can attest to it. It's hard. It's hard not having one, and like I said that night, it's going to be difficult regardless of what we do, whether it's a bell-to-bell or you get lunchtime with the phone. It's going to be difficult because we're, especially young people, we love the cell phones. But sometimes you have to focus on your task at hand and better your education and your learning. And, I believe that overall it would be more beneficial to have it bell-to-bell or just throughout the entire day if we don't want to use the bell-to-bell term. So those are my thoughts. And if no one else has anything to say, we will get ready and have the Ms. Jack call roll call, please.
So I'm going to read the amendment
Yes.
again. Motion to amend draft B of the cell phone policy to allow cell phone use during field trips for 8th graders and high schoolers, and also for 8th graders during lunch.
So, I'm sorry, point of order. So if we vote this down, then we go up to the next one, to the next
It's
draft?
all for one money. I mean, the amendment is a two-part, so you can defeat that, and then you're going back discussing this B. You're
okay.
back on B, because that's your original motion.
Right, okay.
And then if you don't like that, you can defeat it, then you,
And then go to A.
yes.
Got it, thank you. Mhm.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
No.
Mr. Gutshaw?
No.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
All right. So the amendments fail by a vote of 3-2. So now we will move back toward the original motion, which was by Mr. Rickard to adopt draft policy B.
Yes, I move to approve draft B of the cell phone policy, which requires that cell phones be turned off and stored away during the school day, except for use during lunch for middle and high school students, effective Monday, October 28th, 2024. Okay. Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Carlinio?
No.
Mr. Gutschall?
No.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
All right, that failed by a 4-1. So now we are looking, I guess we have one other option. So do we have a motion?
So I move to approve draft A of the cell phone policy, which requires that cell phones be turned off and stored away throughout the entire school day, effective Monday, October 28th, 2024.
All right, motion is on the floor by Ms. Carlenio. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Barlow. Discussion?
I would like to make a motion to amend that motion. And what I'd like to do is, if I can pass this out, I'll pass a bunch of that. You guys can send one over to the clerk, please. Okay, on page 3, there is a heading called emergencies, and there is a second sentence which says staff may authorize student use of cell phones in the event of a school emergency. My motion would insert the words personal or between school and emergency. So the new statement would read, staff may authorize student use of cell phones in the event of a personal or school emergency.
So Mr. Barlow's made his amendment. Is there a second? I'll second. All right. So the amendment by Mr. Barlow and seconded by myself. Discussion.
Well, I believe that the school emergency, the school hierarchy will be involved in that and monitoring and trying to solve it. But if some student becomes aware of something that either personally is happening to them or has them particularly concerned, excited, sick, they're confused, whatever, that they wouldn't feel, that they would feel empowered to go to a staff member and say, I would really like to call home and talk to mom or dad about this. I just think that would, if I were a parent, that would take a little bit of the angst out of my wondering what was happening to my kids if I knew if they had something like that. My personal belief is I don't believe that would be abused. I believe that the same student would be asking for that every day just so they can call their friend. I believe it would be. That would be not rarely used, but not used often enough to cause any disruption, and it would provide a little bit of a quietus feeling with parents.
You must not have had kids in a long time.
I have grandkids.
I have a question because they can be sneaky, let me tell you. My concern would be, I think we already allow for this by going to the office. I mean, can't remember, I brought the wrong policy with me. But I thought that we were already providing for the opportunity for the students to go to the office if they needed to call their parents or somebody else.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure that's there. I'm just saying that the staff, and that means anybody that the student, so if the student is in a class and wants a call from there, doesn't have to go to the office and then come back. That's all.
Anyone else?
I guess my concern is going back to what we were talking about, just getting a clear policy without getting too many exceptions. The other concern that I had is what I talked about before, that I've heard it from several people saying that one of the concerns that they have is that if they're, first of all, we're not even defining what an emergency is. So a student could say, I'm having anxiety, is having to call my parents right now, whereas what they should be doing is getting some help, and able to be, to get some help before just calling. But my other concern would be if there is an emergency, is the student gonna be trying to get to the parent and getting to the cell phone and putting them in danger, rather than listening to the teachers and to the SROs and what they're telling them to do. I don't know, this is just something that I've heard from many people, and my thing is, if we are allowing the kids already, they can go to the office and they can make the phone call to their parents. I think that should be enough. In this one, the only way I could see it maybe going like that would, we would have to explain first what kind of emergency, and then second, is it in the classroom? Is it, anytime? Or are we going to say they can only make the phone call from their office? I don't know, it's just a little bit vague.
It's funny that y'all bring this up because I stopped to grab a bite to eat on my way here to this evening, and two of the Strasburg Ram football players were there between practice and the homecoming parade, and I asked them their feelings on it. One of them was a senior, the other was a sophomore, and both of them looked at me and they said, we don't think it's a big deal as long as we can have it at lunch. If we need to make a phone call to our parents or we need to shoot them a text, at least we don't have to go down the office where people hear our personal business. And I'm like, I had to give them credit. They thought this thing through. However, I think if we're going to implement anything where we cut off cell phone use during the day from bell to bell, we need to open up our email on these Chromebooks to where they're able to email their parents. Right now, from what I understand with the school's email, they can only email each other or their teachers. And there's no way for the parents to email their kids. So I think if we're going to implement a bell-to-bell policy where they're completely out of touch, at least they can send a quick email or whatever, or the parent can send them a quick email. I don't see the harm in that. When these kids are bullying each other over email, it's not like you're causing any more harm.
I guess my question is, what are we saying that an emergency would be? Like back in the day, my kids would have said, I left my lunch. That would have been an emergency, and they would have been allowed to call or not call. So that's basically my concern is, I can understand if they're in the middle of an emergency and then after everything's been cleared, being allowed to make those phone calls. I could see how that would be applicable. It's just the way it reads right now, it kind of keeps these very open with a personal or a school emergency, to say, oh, I forgot my assignment. So, I get to call my mom and tell her to bring it over.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, so that's my concern right now.
So it's, that we have staff who are professionally trained. They've taught kids. You were asking about my knowledge of kids. Well, I taught 14 years in a history classroom. And, kids were saying, I want to go to the bathroom 8 times. So I tried to keep them here. But when somebody says, I don't have to go to the bathroom, they went to the bathroom. I'm not going to keep them from doing that. If I've had kids who come and say, there's a funeral today. I wanted to see how my mom's doing. Yeah, make that phone call. There's an art form being a teacher. And so how horrible would it be if a kid once every 2 months said something like that and it turned out to be somebody who was just trying to call their girlfriend or boyfriend? Maybe that wouldn't be the worst things that ever happened in our school system. I'm just saying that I would have less of a pucker factor if I were a parent, knowing that if my student really felt bad, they could go to a teacher or somebody on staff and say, really like to call home now. And that's all.
Anyone else before Mr. Street? Do you have anything?
No, I mean, I understand.
I guess I would say, like Gloria said, it does leave you a little bit kind of murky as far as what may qualify as an emergency. I don't want it to be abused. I'm afraid it could be abused. I wonder if we could just, if there's any way we could just leave this out of the policy, but it kind of be an obvious given where if there's something extraordinary going on, that a student would be given the privilege or the ability to use the cell phone. You know, if something happened with the family or whatever, I think it's pretty obvious that the kids should be involved and know what's going on. I don't know if we necessarily need to include that in this policy, because I feel like it should be obvious to do it. Because I don't want it to be abused, and I feel like if we leave it up to our staff, they're going to be forced to have to deal with it. And you have some students who have the right intentions and want to do things properly, and then others that would probably try to take advantage of it, or advantage of whatever they can do to try to get their phone out more.
If I can add something, because I like what you just said, Mr. Gottschall, and what we have to think about is that the worst thing that will happen at that point is that their phone is going to get taken away and they're going to have to go pick it up at the end of the day. So it's really not the end of the world, even if the teacher said no and there was a real emergency, the student still decides to do it against the policy, you know, that's the worst that's going to happen. So I don't think, I agree, I think it's going to be a lot easier to implement this policy if we just kind of keep it clean and not start carving out too many exceptions.
All right, any other discussion before we vote on this amendment? Again, it'll be in paragraph 3, P3, emergencies, second sentence. Currently is read, staff may authorize student use of cell phones in the event of a school emergency. The amendment, it would be, quote, staff may authorize student use of cell phone in the event of a personal or school emergency. So that is the amendment on the floor. Ms. Jett?
So I'm going to read the motion again. Motion to amend the motion for draft policy A as follows. On page 3 under the heading called emergency, second sentence, motion to insert the words, quote, personal or, end quote, so that the sentence says staff may authorize student use of cell phones in the event of a personal or school emergency. Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
No.
Mr. Gutschall?
No.
Mr. Ricker?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
The amendment fails by a 3-2 vote. Do we have any other amendments for policy A?
I have a second amendment.
All right, Mr.
It's the
Barlow?
last one, too, so for me, anyway. I'm going to do the same thing and ask if you please pass that down. As it's coming down, let me give a little preamble here. We on the board know that Executive Order 33 from Governor Youngkin directed various agencies to prepare guidance in the form of model implementation plans. And listening tours and so forth have occurred over the last several months based on that executive order. and it requires adoption of a cell phone-free policy by January 1st, 2025. However, the executive order nowhere mandates the specifics of such policy, and I contend that remains the purview of each school board individually. So my concern is that I do not want to set a precedent of having a governor of whatever party impinge on the independence of school boards by mandating these through executive order. So my amendment would be to insert, not to change anything in the wording at all, but to insert at the end of the policy the paragraph which I provided, which says, well, should I read it again? I've pretty much said the whole thing then. Is it okay? We'll just let it go?
I think we're good.
Okay. So you understand it is intended to maintain the independent viability of the school board and yet follow the guidance of the governor to deal with model implementation plans, which he has ordered his various agencies to prepare for us.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Amendment's been made by Mr. Barlow and seconded by myself, or is there any discussion? I think what Mr. Barlow is trying to say here is it could be a dangerous precedent, regardless of Republican or Democrat governor, for school boards to be given almost, the requirement to do this, because you could easily have a different governor. You're going to have a different governor come next year, or 2026. And I think what Mr. Barlow is trying to say is we don't want to be told by the governor that we must do something because of his or her executive order. You could clarify if you needed to, but I think that's how I'm kind of interpreting this.
Better than I could have said it. Thank you.
So any discussion?
I guess I just gotta throw this out there, because I've been thinking, since you explained it, and that's the way I took it, but I wasn't quite sure, but I am now. So, what you're saying is we can add something that we don't have to follow the mandate by the governor? We can do that? I mean, it's good if we can.
No.
Mr. Barlow?
The executive order, we are not directed to do this. According to the executive order, has the governor direct the various agencies to prepare these implementation models for the school board. We are not told to be we are not directed to do anything there. But we are directed to have a policy in place by January the 1st, 2025.
Yes.
And this amendment would say that while we understand that requirement to consider that those implementation policies, that we deny a mandate that would require specifics of such a policy. It would be up to us to decide the eaches of that policy, rather than an executive order from the governor. Ask him, he did better than I did. So.
Well, I'm kind of with Tom. Are we able to override a governor's executive order?
But I think what you're saying is we're not overriding an order. The order is to have a policy, but it's up to us what the policy is, or.
Well, exactly the same thing happened when Governor Northam put out the transgender policy. It was called the model policies, 27 pages, with all kind of stuff that was in there that a lot of people didn't like. And a lot of school boards said, we're not doing that, including this one. And so, I just want to make sure that there are some people that are just a little nervous about an executive order that would specify, but it doesn't. It does not specify. This is kind of stating the obvious. If we don't pass it, we could still claim it. I would just like to shoehorn it in here as a marker.
All right, any more discussion before we call Ms. Jack calls the vote? Ms. Jack, will you reread the amendment, please? Thank you.
Motion to amend draft policy A to insert at the end of the policy, quote, note, Executive Order 33 directs various agencies to prepare guidance in the form of model implementation plans for Virginia public school boards. While it requires adoption of a cell phone-free policy by January 1st, 2025, the executive order nowhere mandates the specifics of such a policy, which remains the purview of each school board, unquote. Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio?
Sure, yes.
Mr. Gutshaw?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
All right, the amendment by Mr. Barlow passes by 4-1 vote. Now we move back to policy A to try to get this through or not. So, including the amendment, which we just approved, we will now vote on policy A. If there's no more discussion. I don't know if we have enough breath left in us to.
I'd like to know what the possibility of opening up the email between parents and kids.
Would that be a separate issue?
Yeah, I think that'll be separate.
Not fall under cell phone policy?
Okay. So
I'm just,
yeah.
it's just a question. So-
That's all I was asking was a question.
No, overthink it. He's just asking the question.
Just do that, address that separately.
We'll address that separately. All right. So
All right, so the motion is I move to approve draft A of the cell phone policy, which requires that cell phones be turned off and stored away throughout the entire school day, effective Monday, October 28, 2024, as amended. Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Carlenio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutshaw?
yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
The cell phone policy draft A, including the amendment, passes by a vote of 3-2. And Mr. Barlow, you can have it right back.
I don't know.
You did great. You did.
I guess you all can keep me for one more year.
You made your case.
Madam Superintendent, we're ready to hear all of the wonderful things you guys have been doing.
Thank you. So Signal Knob FFA chapter has been named a national FFA finalist in the country for the Middle School Models of Excellence Award. They will next have the opportunity to compete in the finals hall at the National FFA Convention in Indianapolis for the chance to be named the #1 middle school FFA chapter in the nation, which is really exciting. They do a lot of really good stuff at Signal Knob and across the division in FFA. Strasburg senior, high school senior Braden West becomes the first SCPS student ever to pass the required certification to be considered a Microsoft Office Specialist Expert. So very excited about Braden West. WW Robinson hosts its Bring Your Parent to PE Week, which I participated in, I think it was yesterday, might have been Tuesday. But it was very fun to participate with our elementary school students in PE at WW Robinson. We had over 75 colleges, military branches, and businesses in attendance for our college and career and military fair hosted at Central High School. This is a great opportunity for our juniors and seniors to ask questions and get information and talk directly with representatives about their future plans. Don't forget the SCPS Education Showcase is coming up on October the 19th. This is our third. Strasburg High School will be hosting it. this year, and it will feature music performances by schools across the division, free books for students, interactive activities, and many of our partners will be there with fire trucks and police cars and things like that. And then, and actually I just saw that there's going to be a helicopter there as well. So Stonewall Jackson Marching Generals placed first in a pair of tournaments of band competitions in September. The first was held in Eldersburg, Maryland on September 14th, and the second was in Martinsburg, West Virginia on September 28th. And then we had many of our chapters compete at the State Fair of Virginia. Central High School, Stonewall Jackson, North Fork Middle School, and Signal Knob all sent students to the State Fair of Virginia earlier this month, and we had several teams several people who were strong finishers. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Refresh my memory. Who's the FFA advisor at Signal Knob?
Dakota Stroud. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's great.
Any other questions for the superintendent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Board member comments. Who wants to go first?
Well, I can go first. Well, first of all, I already have submitted, so those motions that failed today for the amendment and for voter registration will be hopefully added in some future agenda as they have already been submitted. Another piece of policy that we're going to be working on, and this is just something that we talked about before, because we've had a lot of people that have expressed some concerns, and I know I spoke already to Dr. Shepard about this, that we're going to be working on a retaliation policy. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to look like, but we're going to be working on that because we do need to have that so that the staff feels safe if they want to come up, or bring something up. One more thing was we had our mental health task force on the 2nd, and it was great. We had a great presentation by the Shenandoah County Adult Recovery Court, which was very enlightening. We got to learn some really great things from them. And if I'm not mistaken, at the next meeting, we're going to be having student representatives. So we're going to invite the representatives from the middle schools and the high schools to this task force, because we kind of figure we need to hear from them. Right now we can sit here and think of all the things that they should be doing, but if they don't want to do it, then nothing's going to happen. So we want to hear firsthand from our students what their concerns are, how we can address them, and hopefully come up with more programs and initiatives that will help them. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Next. Mike, you ready?
Sure. Well, as you heard tonight, parents were here discussing this 10% attendance rule. I don't even know. It got out there on the social media. Everybody was pointing fingers at us thinking we wrote this thing. I just want the public to know that's come to me. Dr. Shepard and I have discussed this. This was a rule that was devised by the administrators in the buildings, from what I was told, the principals and assistant principals, and they decided to go with it. Anybody that knows me knows that I line up with common sense. Everything comes down to common sense. I understand it's not so common anymore. However, I believe every rule needs an exception. Ms. Bowen spoke about her son tonight. Exceptional young man. I don't see where ASAP would do anything for him. And I believe there's more throughout our county that are in the exact same situation. I did hear of another student who had to go out of town to attend a family member's funeral. I think punishing that child because they had to go to a family member's funeral is just ludicrous. I heard of another at Central High School, a football player, who got pushed downstairs on our watch, was hospitalized, missed time from school, and had to go to ASAP before they could return to football practice. You guys really need to relook at this, re-examine it, see what we can do to fix it. I think it's over the top. I don't know what the answer is. Like I said, I think there's more things you need to look at than just whether they were in school for the day or not. Other thing I want to touch on, Ms. Weinking brought it to our attention tonight, and we got an email earlier today from a teacher down at the southern end of the county about air quality in our elementary schools. Have we done any air quality testing at our elementary schools? I know HVAC was on the list for Sandy Hook, but have we done any air quality testing?
I know we've done some air quality testing at some elementary schools. Have we done it at all?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Do we, the plumbing issue she brought up today, do we know what that issue is, and is it in the process of being resolved?
Monday, we're going to mill the line, which is putting like a drill in there to drill it out. It's actually reduced in the diameter of the pipe about an inch or more. Pipe is 60 years old. That's the bottom line. It's the main line where the other two lines tie in from the old wing. So we're going to get that mill, it's about 120 feet. And that'll be done Monday morning because naturally the kids aren't there. So when we have to do it like that, and we have to be sucked out with the vacuum as it's being brought out. So
I appreciate that update, Danny. Thank you. I think that's all I've got. We were contacted also by a middle school student. Did you get that email as well about their rigorous schedule?
I did. I am forwarding it to Dr. Noonan.
Okay. Yeah, of course, worrying about the kids' mental health. If there's some breaks that can be added in, or I don't even know, do they do recess anymore or have any breaks like that at the middle school level?
At middle school, they have breaks. I don't know that they have recess every day.
Gotcha.
No.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Tom, you got any comments?
Sure. Well, Mr. Bowman, I think probably after a couple more months, you may have us trained on our procedures. Thank you.
you are doing fine.
Yeah. You didn't get by tonight too easy, did you?
Well, it's a hoot.
Rock
At least
on.
somebody thinks so.
That's the nicest thing we've been called in a long time.
I'm not the one sitting up there voting. I'm just advising. So
He's been sarcastic.
that's the easy part.
Well, thank you. Just a short, I want to thank everybody for what everybody does, the staff, again, the teachers. I hope in the future, we've had some discussions up here tonight, and I'm more of a person that, to me, there's things that, I just think that there's ways that we can kind of work things out. I hope that we can, in the future, work things out a little bit more without friction. And try to, we have to accept that there are policies in place and procedures, if there's no exact dates set, then if we have a procedure, we kind of follow it. If we want to change it, that's fine, not a problem. But I hope we can. There's ways that I hope we can find maybe a little bit more better ways to discuss it in a lower key in appropriate times, maybe. But anyway, I apologize to some of the things we talked up here. It kind of dawned on me, and I'm a person of reality, and I apologize maybe to the teachers because I think there was some of I'm sitting here thinking, and well, I'm not in the classroom every day. I don't do that for a living, and I understand that, and I kind of wish maybe I know we did talk to some teachers, but and I know they know best in regards to the cell phones, and they do know what's best, and there's just so many different views. But I apologize to them that they may be thinking, well, you're sitting up there, you're not in the classroom, and yes, I agree, I acknowledge that. So anyway, there's just a lot of things in the picture and down the road, and I appreciate Sheriff Carter and his administration here, and like I've told Dr. Shepard and I've told Sheriff Carter, we have, unfortunately in today's society, we do have to be proactive, and we have to take the safety of our students and our staff seriously. And a lot of those things may be discussed, as I can say, maybe not publicly. Obviously, for, it doesn't make sense to talk about stuff in the public, and there is no, I'm not talking about any specific things, I'm just talking about in general, because, it's not good to publicize your views or your, hey, we have an issue here, we have a concern here, this security, to give anybody, any individuals out there that may be thinking in wrong ways, any kind of clues or any, but my point is, we thank the Sheriff's Department and their resource officers and their and the work of the effort, the working together between the school board, the superintendent, and the Sheriff's Department, working together and ultimately being proactive to provide a safe environment. Anyway, I guess I can't really think of anything right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom.
Obviously, an interesting discussion to start the meeting. I think that's the first time we've had people walk out before we've gotten the agenda approved, which is pretty sad, but that's what we had tonight. Obviously, we're still not getting along all that great. I will say that we're more alike than some would think. We're all up here for a reason. I think we all have good ideas. I'm glad that we don't have a bunch of 6-0 votes. I don't think we really have any of those besides the most basic and non-controversial things. But we're going to continue to work hard together. We know that we have different ideas, and sometimes that can become difficult and frustrating. But I do think we're doing good things. There's a lot going on, different, talking about triple attack and school safety. Do appreciate Sheriff Carter and his staff being here tonight, and we'll continue moving forward and keep making the school system, better every day. So thank you, Dr. Shepard, for her continued hard work, and all of our folks down here at the school board office. Kind of like what Tom said, we have challenges ahead, we have difficulties, but I think we've got the right group of people here to accomplish what we need to accomplish and keep making the education better here in the county.
Thanks, Scott. I'll wrap it up, won't be long. Just to draw some conclusions from the discussion earlier. So I have assimilated from the group here 3 items up for discussion that we will investigate more thoroughly. We'll get information briefs on them, and we'll have discussion and a decision. All 3 have been mentioned here by 2 members already. And the additional issue of air quality testing, which came up, is a discussion which could lead to that. As I always do, invite you to call me or email me about any items you want on the agenda, but I also will not fall off the position that the monthly emails from the school board clerk alerting you to these meetings are real, and they're not jokes, and they're not coming from somebody else, or from the authority of the chair, like it or not. So I hope you can accept the fact that those messages are coming from the authority of the chair.
But they do not follow the board notice.
The other thing is that the other place that school board agenda items come from are from the school board member comments. And we have meetings every month, and we have work sessions 10 of those months. And the school board member comments also generate those items there. So, and I do think it is an incredibly important function that we have from the staff to provide us the instructional basis we need to understand issues going in, so that we can have a spirited and impartial debate before we make our decisions. I think we're there. I think we're okay. I think Kyle said it best. There's a lot of like-minded people here, but there's a lot of strong personalities and different ways of coming at this. I just hope we can drive on, and I think we can. I do want to say, one more thing. Attendance. One of the speakers tonight made a really good point, I thought, in saying that the policies are fine, but the implementation begs some, my words, fine-tuning. That would make sense to me. We have tried to attack attendance, which has kept us from being accredited in the recent past. And so trying to get kids in school and to get back up to the level where we were before so that here they can learn is something that the school system has taken seriously. And if in driving toward that goal, there have been instances where these anomalies wind up hurting people, that's really a problem that we need to work on. And I think that the operational end of this thing can be, if not solved, can be ameliorated greatly by our staff and by our administrators. So rather than seeing this as a all or nothing thing, I really think that our policy can be fine-tuned so that we can sand down some of these rust spots, if you will. So with that, I'm going to recommend that we have a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Second. I think all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Meeting is adjourned at 10:28.